Good morning and welcome to the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds here in North Sound, Antigua and Barbuda, the home where the second round match between the TNT Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes should have already started. We are here just to bring you the news that there is a delay in the start of the game. The reality is, overnight weather conditions, there seems to be some seepage under the cover. And when that initial inspection was done, the thought was that an official inspection would have taken place at 10. Just prior to that inspection, there was a slight shower, that light shower then. Then the groundsmen started to do some work trying to dry that little area that you see there, that spot which is just about back of the length of the batter at the Sir Andy Roberts end. Hence, it could not be playable at that stage. Third umpire Bernard Joseph is there, and also what we have learned is that the match officials, match referee Van Roy Burns, who is in the yellow, they have made a decision that we will have a second inspection at 10:45. Following that inspection, we'll be very clear as to why or when or how the start of the match is. I asked the question why, because you may ask about the delay. Last game between, in fact, the opening game at this venue, which would have been between the Guyana Happy Eagles and the Barbados Pride, there was also a delay. Now, that delay was not about a similar situation, but that delay, all told, was about substance coming from the pitch at the start of the game, and then some grass had to be removed. So then the reality is that this venue has been plagued with some unfortunate situations. And those situations, whether they're administrative, whether they're technical, for the second time, it is too many, because it is brilliant sunshine here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. But we are unfortunate that this game between the TNT Red Force and the Leewards Hurricanes has been delayed. I'm Seth Burton on behalf of the team here. We're delighted, and we will join you at about 10:45, where we will give you a precise update on how we proceed.
Cricket Stadium here in Antigua, and just bring you up to date in this second round match of the West Indies 4-day championship between the home side, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who are taking on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. There's been, unfortunately, no play this morning due to some wet spots on the pitch. There was an inspection at 10 a.m. local time and another inspection at 10:45 local time. But unfortunately, we've got the heavy roller out at the moment under brilliant sunshine, but no play has been allowed just yet. There'll be another inspection at 11:45 a.m. local time, which is just under half an hour away. So we will keep you posted here from the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. But as I say, no play as yet due to wet spots on the pitch. Good afternoon and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua for the second round clash between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I've got some good news for you. After early lunch was taken, with no play available whatsoever in the morning session this morning due to wet spots on the pitch. We will now have players. Players are out in the middle. And I can tell you that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have won the toss and they've elected to ball first against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. A very important match for both these teams as they both look for their first victory in the West Indies 4-day championship for 2023. And I welcome Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Yeah, good afternoon, Terry, once again. Good afternoon to all the viewers, wherever you are. All of the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. Nice first delivery here by Sheena Berridge. He's on the ball. He's been waiting like we've been waiting and waving to go. It's been a frustrating morning for not us, but I think all of the players, when you come to a cricket game, you really want to get on the pitch and get on the field and start your craft, executing your skills as quickly as possible. But nature takes its toll somewhat. So we are happy to be out this afternoon.
Yes, in brilliant sunshine, which is good news as Berridge is in again and again. He seemed just outside the off stump. He's bowled into 3 slips and a backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, and square leg and fine leg on the boundary. Just waiting on the final team selections that we can bring you this afternoon. As I say, a very important clash of both teams drawing their first match. Berridge in again, and that one takes a leading edge. Oh, it was travelling down the leg side. And the batsman flicked at it. It took a leading edge, but lobbed over Berridge on his follow through. It fell safely. So no damage done there, but almost a chance there for the Leeward Islands. Of course, they'll be looking for early wickets after winning the toss. I have the Leeward Islands team here for you. Jamar Hamilton, captain. Rakim Cornwall, vice-captain. Onsen Hodge, Casey Carty. 3 breakers. Berridge is in again, and that one hits the pad, but going down leg side. Hamilton comes around and cleans it up, no run, so it's still 0 for 0 here. We're in the first over. Jamar Hamilton, captain. Rakim Cornwall, vice-captain. Monson Hodge, Casey Carty, Kieran Powell, Terence Ward, Shino Berridge, Jeremiah Louis, Kizron Archibald, Hayden Walsh Jr. and Coffee James. So Kyle Louis and Damian Williams are the ones to miss out for the Hurricanes. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Darren Bravo, captain. Imran Khan, Amir Jangu, Jason Mohammed, Yannick Karaya, Jahid Ghuli, Brian Charles, Tion Webster, Kerry Pierre, Terence Hines, and Uthman Mohammed, and Keegan Simmons also in that 11 for Red Force. So Berridge completes the first over here, and at the end of the first over, it's no wicket for none.
Yeah, good start there by Sheena Berridge on the circumstances. I was thinking about a short leg. I mean, there are a few wet spots, on the pitch, and if one were to bounce, there isn't anyone at short leg. The first thing you look for is basically having some catching person in around the surface to see if one will pop. But the Leeward Islands, Hurricane captain Jamal Hamilton, tend to be very open with his feeling, not attacking just basic cover, extra cover, mid off, mid and mid on.
Yes,
One a deep backward square.
yes, as we were saying last week, Sylvester, he's not very imaginative when it comes to attacking, at least. Pretty rigid in his ways, is Jamal Hamilton. So once again, looks like Jeremiah Louis will take up the attack from the commentary box end. And once again, he's just got the 3 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. As Louis is into Keegan Simmons in that one, full pitch delivery. Defended up onto the offside by Simmons, and there's no run. But you're right, you would like to see a bit more attacking. You put the opposition in after winning the toss, and as you say, there have been a few wet patches on the pitch this morning. You'd like to exploit them. Louis runs away from us into Simmons in that one. Goes by outside off stump through to Hamilton, and there is no run. So delayed start. We've lost the complete first session of this match. There's a minimum of 75 overs still to be bowled in the day's play. And Leeward Islands searching for early breakthroughs here. As Louis comes in again to Simmons, and that one again shoulders, arms does Simmons and lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Good length so far there by Louis. I mean, sometimes he varies in the line, but in terms of we all see, especially from last week, knowing him, he gets the ball to swing away from the left-handers. Sometimes he tends not to keep his wrist firm at the point of delivery, but if he gets it in the right area, the chi slippers down there should be in play.
Louis again to Keegan, and this one's over pitched, but cannot be put away. Just hit the right of it looks like Coffee James there in the cover region, and there's no run. Yes, the 3 slips could come into play if Louis gets it right. He was a bit inconsistent in the first match against the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, we're seeing here a bit of inconsistency as well. I think if he bowls the ball on a good length, the ball will do what he's supposed to, but he sometimes tends to try to overdo it, and try to get too much from one delivery. Give the ball time so it can, do what it does. I mean, some moisture is in the pitch. The conditions are, I think, favorable for bowling now. I mean, the pitch is not really coming on. But having said that, I think the Trinbagans, they should, feel comfortable on these types of pitches because, in Trinidad,
you get a lot of
you
these.
get a lot of these pitches, especially when the weather is around.
Louis in again, and again, Simmons is quite happy to let that go through to the keeper to complete the over. So we've had 2 overs here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after being sent in 0-4-0.
Keegan Phillip, I think he's the nephew of Phil Simmons.
Keegan
Simmons.
Yeah,
sorry. I think
yeah.
he's the nephew of
I
Phil,
believe,
Phil
yeah.
Simmons and the cousin or something of
Lendl.
Lyndall Simmons.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
he's been around, here and there for a while now. One of the under 19 players from a few years ago. A lot has invested in him, and good to see that he gets the opportunity here in opening the batting for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Berridge continues from the southern end of the ground, and that one's turned nicely off his hip by Solizano to pick up the first run of the innings for Trinidad and Tobago. He moves to 1 and the score 1 for none. Of course, Solizano looking to get his way back or fight his way back into the West Indies Test team. Very unfortunate debut, Sylvester.
Yeah, I think he's unfortunate, for not being given another chance.
Right, yeah.
When you get your first test and got injured, feeling.
Yeah.
And then you never get a smell back into not even the 13-man squad. Something you must be woeful. Some sort of messages, and I don't know, because that doesn't really that doesn't really sound looks good. I mean,
Doesn't.
you in the original team and you know got injured while feeling. Not even you didn't even get a chance to bat.
No,
You
and
know?
hardly his fault either. He's feeling a short leg and
Yeah, that is just
got thumped.
unbecoming. That is just that. I mean, he has to be a strong young man to still have the you know
The desire
the
and
desire
so-
to continue because that can be depressing. You know,
Definitely.
that definitely can be depressing.
Berridge into Simmons, and again, his shoulders, arms, and there's no run. Yes, very unfortunate that he got struck fielding at short leg in Sri Lanka in his first test match, his debut test, so never got to face a ball. And
Sri
hasn't
Lanka or
been looked
Bangladesh?
since. I think it was Sri Lanka,
Sri Lanka.
December 21, I think.
That's not a good message, Terry. That's not a
No,
good message
not,
for any
yeah.
any human being. much as a young man, that is not becoming of the selectors. I mean,
Especially when an unfortunate incident, you know, it's not as if he batted poorly or, you know, his form wasn't there or he didn't look up to it. It's just one of those things. Berridge round the wicket now, and that straightens and beats Simmons just outside the off stump through to Hamilton.
in the last game, Sheena Berridge. I mean, Sheena Berridge doesn't really have the pace that he used. Not that he was an out-and-out fast bowler, but the line and length that he bowls, you know, he's very penetrative and attacking. He creates opportunity. And looking back at the last game, at the end when they were pushing for the game, you know, they never really gave him an opportunity to try and get.
No,
you
you
know, get
called
the
for
field.
that
I thought he
early
was-
in the second session there. Berridge again around the wicket. This one a little wider and swing further away. Doesn't trouble Simmons. Yeah, you called for him to get a spell earlier in the day, by halfway through the middle session, but it wasn't to be. And Jamaica held on by the one wicket.
Yeah. So these two teams now vying for a win.
Yes,
You know, and
yeah.
they impede so far by the loss of the first session. You know, so they have to push the game and try to push it fast.
It's turned nicely into the onside by Simmons. And they take a single that gets him going. 2 for none at the end of the Berridge over Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 2 for none, both Simmons and Solazano on 1 apiece. That's after the Leeward Islands Hurricanes won the toss and decided to bowl first. Yes, of course, the Red Force held on against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and that was thanks to another veteran, Jason Mohammed, scoring an unbeaten half century. I think they were 7 down by the end of play.
Yeah, and I see some really experienced players here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You know, Jason Mohammed, who has been around for ages, I should say, in cricket terms. You know, he has played for the West Indies team in the one day super in the 50 over version. Imran Khan, who has been, you know, 337 wickets.
Yeah.
Experience.
He was saying before the series that he was going to look to use his experience. He doesn't know how much longer he's got left in the game at the first class level, but he's looking to use his experience to try and get Trinidad a title.
Who's that, Imran Khan? Yeah, he has been a very loyal and faithful and, you know, well organized cricketer for the Trinidad and Tobago team over the years.
Berridge bowling Louis bowling around the wicket to Simmons, but a little wide with the first 2 deliveries of the new over. Simmons just lets them through to the keeper, so the score remains on 2 without loss. Not getting any variable bounce or anything. A few soft or wet spots on the pitch so far. There's Louis in again to Simmons, and again 2 wide outside the off stump. Batsman ignores it.
Call this the wasting of the new ball. His line is not troubling Simmons. Simmons will be pleased at the moment, giving you a sighter, you know, to see how the pitch is playing and the pace. but the pitch is not really coming on. Most hope, well, we all would expect that the pitch will not be
Yeah.
coming on because because of the moisture. Um, we have a few scattered showers, a few showers passing here and there.
Louis in again. It's a better delivery. Defended into the offside by Simmons. Still no run.
How is it that we have so much delays here at our Sir Vivian Richard Stadium, International Stadium? That is not becoming of us, there. We need to organize ourselves properly.
It's not, is it, Sylvester? Because it seems to happen every time there's a match here, no matter at what level or what format of the game. That was a swinging full pitch delivery, stroked into the cover region, can't beat James, and there's no run. But every time there seems to be an issue, mostly with the pitch, and then there's delays, and everybody scratches their head, and what's going on. And But to lose a whole session is rather disappointing for the start of this match.
Yeah, and to see that last week's game was
Was stopped or something.
stopped, yeah, for similar, if not
Louis beats him, but it's a no ball.
we saw a few of those from Louis in the last game. He needs to get his measuring tape out. I see these days these guys have
he needs a
measuring
new
tape.
one.
Yeah, he needs a new one. Oh my God. Oh, he needs to do something to get rid of these no balls. He's
Yes.
been bowling quite a few, of late. But yeah, Terry, I mean, when the game stops last week for what? In 2.1 over, I heard, and come back this week.
Louis
Oh.
swinging York again. Simmons just jabs down on it and takes the leading edge all the way along the carpet, through gully, into the boundary for 4. So that's the first boundary, rather fortuitous one there for Simmons, but he'll take it nonetheless. He moves to 5. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the end of that over, 7 without loss.
Yeah, with Futures, as you said, passing one of the best fielders in the world. Hayden Watch there at Gully. We know that he's a sprinter. He one that moves very quickly in the outfield, but being stagnant there at Gully, it's a different ball game altogether. But yeah, I mean, not that we want to harp too much on the negatives, but we have to.
It
it's
needs
not an
addressing.
Yeah, it needs to. It needs to.
Because
It's
even
not
during the
too often.
Super 50, remember, they had a problem with the light
Lights,
towers. Yeah.
And
So
this is not becoming of the Greatsman name.
No, exactly,
His
yeah.
standard.
Berry starts a new over to Solazano, lets that through to Hamilton, and there's no run.
The standard that he sets over the years, on the world stage, that is not becoming of having Sir Vivian
Attached to
attached to you. You got
to here.
You got to get it right. You got to get it right. I know him. I know he's not pleased. When he hears about these things. So we're calling on the authorities to get things organized, please.
Berridge around the wicket into Solazano, rides the bounce, drops it down into the offside. Solazano rides the bounce, drops it down into the offside. Trinidad and Tobago is Leewards, Berridge and Louis operating with the new ball. Been
Yes, they have a strong breeze blowing across the Civil Limited Stadium. It must be, as a feeling team, nice and cool out there. We have a few nights here in Antigua, very cold. One times I want to go for my sweater. Yeah.
You almost have to these nights. Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, but quite start here. Both teams are very watchful, and Sheena Berridge and Jeremiah Louis trying to get a breakthrough here for the Leeward Islands and set them on the way.
The 3 slips, Cornwall, Ward and Hodge, all standing very close together once again, as they did in the first match. Solazano lets another one through to the keeper.
But the Leewards also, they need to improve on their catching.
Well, it was the
in
fielding
particular.
that cost them the match, didn't it? Yeah, in the first
along with
match.
a few other things.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
they were very lethargic, when they need to push around, certain in the batting,
Yep.
some instance, and in the fielding, I think the captain himself, running to the ball every minute, wasting a lot of time and taking so long to set the fields. But they need to improve on a lot of areas in order to push for a victory. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are also in a pursuit of their first victory. So the competition is going to be tough. Darren Bravo, he got 30 yard in the first game. Batted a brief, a goodish time. So he would fancy himself in getting some runs. So Jason Mohammed in good touch. So he should be competitive, but you need some urgency. You need some urgency from both teams in order to push the game forward so we can see a result.
Berridge in again to Solazano, and again shoulders arms through to the keeper to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after being asked to take first strike, 7 without loss. Simmons is on 5 and Solazano is on 1. Yeah, interesting, Sylvester, because to me, Leeward Islands seemed to me to be a bit underdone in that first match. They weren't quite ready, which is, no excuse, but I'm just saying that's how they looked. The first 2 rounds being here, they would have been looking for 2 victories. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, of course, played their first match in Grenada, then travelled here. But they know that the last round of matches is at home for them.
Right.
So if they can hang in and don't lose any of these matches, they'll feel they're in a reasonable position going into the third round, which will be played all in Trinidad and Tobago as Louis starts a new over, and that has taken the edge, I think. Yes, it has. Louis gets the strike. Wide ball swinging away from Keegan Simmons, and he chased it, got the edge through to Hamilton, who makes no mistake, and Simmons is gone for 5. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lose their first one. It's 7-1.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that there is a level of from the batsman's point of view in terms of Keegan Simmons. He lapsing concentration because Louis, from what we have seen so far, he hasn't really brought back any of his delivery. All of the deliveries are going away from Simmons, and that one was pretty wide, way outside the eye line, and that you should have, just watched it pass. You already know that it's going further away, but Simmons erred in his concentration, and his shot selection. So Louis got the well-deserved, I should say well-deserved?
Yes, well-deserved.
Well-deserved breakthrough for the Leeward Islands team. Yeah.
But whereas Solazano, from the other end, have been leaving the wide deliveries, just shoulder and arms, you're quite right, Sylvester. Keegan Simmons chased that one and paid the price.
Yeah, I mean, starting, you realize that Jeremiah Louis, you have to know what both bowlers are doing. You're watching from the other end, and you face a few deliveries, and Louis in particular, all of his deliveries are going away from you as a left-hander, and he's not pitching, and the line is not not consistent. More so the ball is pretty wide outside the off stump. Like that one was fairly wide outside the off stump, and you were induced into a shot that wasn't necessary and got on the fall of the wicket. You can see how agitated he was going off, because
Right,
he knows that
he shouldn't have gone anywhere near it.
Shouldn't have gone with that. But having said that, that's another wicket in the bag there for Jeremiah Louis, and this is why he has a new ball and he's taking wickets. So however they come, whether we think he's not consistent enough, he got the better of the batsman.
Yep. Darren Bravo joins the proceedings, captain of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and he faces Louis, and that's a good delivery by Louis. Go through to Hamilton.
Changes the line of attack there to Darren Bravo in coming over the wicket to him. You bowled a few deliveries from around the wicket to Keegan Simmons and Salazano. but he's back to the conventional way.
Conventional way. Which, talking about that, that's why I was looking at the test match, West Indies, Zimbabwe, and take nothing away from the guy, but he batted good enough in the circumstances to see it through as Louis into Bravo. But it seems to be these days everybody wants to come around the wicket to a left-handed batsman and then try and get the ball to move away, which is fair enough, and they did trouble that balanced guy from Zimbabwe or England or wherever he's from. But at the end of the day, the longer they stayed there, I never saw them once go back to the conventional over the wicket, sliding across the left-hander. And I just thought maybe they might have missed a trick there,
Maybe that is not the conventional way back
anymore. Yeah.
The conventional way is going around the wicket to the left-hander. Yeah, I see all the bowlers now. Even Seth was relaying to that when Cornwall was bowling in the previous game. Why he didn't try some from around the wicket, from over the wicket, and get it across. But I don't know how some biomechanics. Everything is going in the same direction.
Right.
I mean, the bowlers are still getting injured, even more now than before. So I don't know what changed. But I mean, I guess is how you feel comfortable and how you're more effective. But angles, is important.
Make a difference.
Yeah, make a difference.
Yeah, and give the batsman something else to think about.
Yeah.
Bravo gets off the mark. Solizano back on strike. He doesn't offer a shot, and that's plumb. Louis off celebrating. The Leewards have their second, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in trouble. Fuller delivery came back at Solizano. He offered no shot. The umpire didn't hesitate, fired him out. LBW for 1. Trinidad and Tobago 8 for 2.
Well, that was awful there by Solizano.
It was.
That was
total misjudgment.
That one. I mean, after he bowled what? This is his third over. He bowled what? In his third over, and I think that was the first one that came back.
Right.
So he caught it. So probably he thought that he could not, bowl a straight one or bring it back a bit. But because that one was pitch and stumps, and he shouldered around. But very well done to Jeremiah Louis. That is. You can say he set him up.
Definitely.
He didn't even
He
didn't even appeal to the umpire.
No, he just took off.
He took off to the square leg umpire. That was a show. Oh, that is as show as it can be.
Definitely, he's very confident with that one, and it looked out.
I think Solizano wanted to walk as well. He didn't
Yes,
want to
he
look up
did. Well,
that one was so
he
plumb.
didn't question it. No,
Oh,
he
my
knew he'd
God.
misread it or misjudged it, and took the blow. So 8-4-2. Good start here by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes after.
And this is what we're talking about when we talk about the angles. When you're over the wicket and you're getting the ball to swing away, if you can get that one to come back, if you wise pitch it in the right area,
right.
That's how I know that how the great fast bowlers used to do it when they playing with Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose, and so these guys when they talk about it, these are the things that they talk about, and on the local scene you have these guys like Cleve Joseph and Jensen Joseph and all these guys.
Right.
When you listen to them, this is the set up batsman, and so when you look at that, coming from over the wicket, around the wicket, and just bowling, trying to allow the batter to make a mistake, it's not working.
No,
I think it's working.
No, it's not, and yet they stick to it, and over after over after over, even though it is not working.
Yeah.
But you're right, and as the senior players will tell you, as Louis comes in again, that's chipped almost by Mohammed off his first ball to mid wicket, but he survived. So another successful over there for Louis. Both 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 6. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 8 for 2.
Yeah, very, very well bowled here by Louis, taking 2 wickets in this over, and it's good to see, that he changes not the line, also not only his length but line, and he gets in the ball to do a bit, so the line is going to be important. And welcome Welcome to Seth Burton, first time for the day.
Welcome, viewers. You saw our faithful spectators who are usually in the berm on the western side, and they are having a good day. In fact, Sylvester, this morning when there was no player, a few of them were still there, a few still in the northern stand just below us, a few also in the southern stand. There's some faithfuls, and when there was no play, perhaps they were wondering what to do. They did entertain themselves. Red Force, 8 for 2.
Indeed.
Surprise, surprise. This morning, well, we're almost saying morning, but it's afternoon. But this morning, a flurry of wickets also. The Jamaica-Barbados game and also the Windward Islands Guyana game. Early wickets. So there's something special about today as Barrich is whipped off the pads nicely by Darren Bravo into the square leg boundary for 4. Refreshing shot from this seasoned veteran looks to be in good nick because that shot is a good response. Perhaps Salazano must be saying I should have been up to the mark because somehow, as you say, he was fooled by Louis, who kept going away, and then this one just came back in the strength of Jeremiah Louis. But now it is Bravo, the captain, against Sheena Berich. Bravo, a veteran of somewhat 56 test matches for the West Indies, 1100s at that level. This time it's on the pad, a better delivery. Well, he got back onto it, fairly decent shot, but it was a bit cramped because here is Sheena Berich. Instead of coming from around the wicket, the discussion that you were having is coming from over the wicket, and when he was worked off the pads for 4, I would have said wrong line, but he's backing himself. Perhaps he sees something or he knows something about Darren Bravo. The 3 slips are waiting, and now Kofi James has been switched from cover to a short mid-wicket position. There is Casey Carty at a short square, back of the square position. Louis is on the long leg boundary. Sheena Berich does not come through, and there is in fact it's the man whom I would have opened the bowling with, Colin Archibald at mid-on, Powell at mid-off. Here is Sheena Berich outside the off stump, change of line, going across the left-hander, and Hamilton fields, and there is no run. Good morning, good afternoon rather, to listeners in Trinidad and Tobago, also around the Leewards. These days it goes beyond that. Trinidad and Tobago. My good friend dear Sheldon Senior Ryan, I trust that you are listening and in good health, and everybody else in Trinidad and Tobago. Your team in need of a win, the Leewards as well, as Sheena Berich comes in outside the off stump. Bravo shoulders arms and allows it to go through. What is it? Was it lack of motivation, lack of direction? I often wonder about Darren Bravo. When he came in at the beginning, we were saying Little Lara, his mannerism, his approach, even his facial look, you just saw glimpses of the great man, but somehow he fell apart. At that time, we were looking to Darren Bravo and Virat Kohli. But as we look back 6 years since then, it has been Kohli, and then Bravo is in the wilderness of first-class cricket. This time he faces up and he comes across and plays the ball to Kofi James, who fields at forward of square, and there is no run. So perhaps you can think about it, what happens to a player who was earmarked for greatness but just stopped along the wayside. Perhaps you yourself were earmarked for greatness. Not that you're not great, but I looked at you as a 17-year-old and thought that you would have been going further. This is a good one by Berich, and he was looking to play onside, glancing around, and that one took the outside edge and went to the left of Hayden Walsh at gully. And the single, Bravo retains the strike for the end of the over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 13 for 2 after 7 overs.
Yeah, and you would say Trinidad and Tobago Red Force needs a captain's knock at the moment.
Certainly.
But that ball that he whipped to mid-wicket there from to square leg from Sheena Berich, that showed a bit of command you know, that I am the Bravo that that I am. You know, by
That's
the fluke.
right.
You know, that was a beautiful shot, whipped nicely. But in terms of Bravo, I mean, they are the obvious in terms of his the controversy between himself and the former president. You know, but I think Bravo, as a young man, you know, he made some wrong choices, in my opinion. You know, he had enough time to bounce back, and one may think that a nice play. Well, he played here right. Bravo, watchful. He looks like he wants he wants some today, but I think some poor decision on his behalf. One may think that he may take things for granted, you know, because he was so talented. He was, a matter of fact, he was on his way to greatness.
Yes.
When you check his stats from
Definitely.
before, he was definitely on his way for greatness. And I think he is one you can blame for the way that the West Indies team is now, because he was earmarked and was on his way as the main batter.
And was given the red carpet.
Yeah, and
All was placed before him.
you know,
Here is Jeremiah Louis, one who has not been given the red carpet, but would be thinking that he will keep being thereabout. So that often baffles me. He was at one stage an average of 45, high 40s,
Yeah.
and then his average just decreased, and now it's 36. I'm not quite sure. He may be thinking about test match, but perhaps the selectors are not thinking his way. There are a few players of that nature, but it's good to know that he has not given up, but he's still in the first class arena. Louis comes into him and he goes on the inside. Still looks like the great man in his approach, in how he just nonchalantly glanced that one down the leg side. Looks to be in command, except perhaps the discomfort of that short ball into the midriff area. But nevertheless, a solid player, still in TNT's colors. Jason Mohammed will have his first face-off strike. Jason Mohammed, 90 first-class matches. He himself has been around for quite a while, has gotten the opportunity in the white ball for the West Indies. Here is Louis to him, and he gets a good one down to gully. It will go into the boundary. Hayden Walsh will chase for all he works. The ball goes for 4. He was not in command of it. It struck the shoulder of the bat. He was coming forward tentatively, and the ball went between Munson Hodge at third slip and Hayden Walsh at gully. Let's look at it.
at point,
Good delivery.
there is no gully.
Well, in fact, yes, at cover point. So, in fact, that would have been the gully fielder. Actually went into the gully position. And all that Hayden Walsh was doing was running. I'm not quite sure the decision to go for the point, backward point rather than the gully, because at this end, he was at the gully position for the left-hander. But then the gap has been presented, and the ball takes the edge. It goes down to gully for 4. Once again, Louis pitched up, whipped off the pads nicely by Jason Mohammed. This will be 4.
A lovely shot there again. It doesn't matter how the ball is swinging. If your length or your line is not, you know, in the right place, it's going to be meat and drinks. And for Jason Mohammed, delivery like that, you know, just come in to get off the mark. This is what, you know, you got
Heading towards leg.
yeah,
Full pitch.
Yeah, easy. Just get your bat on it. Nothing too extravagant. Just get your bat on it. Good timing, and the ball flew. You know, because you know of the new ball and the pace. But interestingly, they employed the short mid-wicket and no gully. You know, Jeremiah had the tendency of bowling that in docker, swinging the ball into the right-hander. So maybe that is the purpose. You should have a short leg if the ball is
Precisely.
coming in. You know, maybe
Precisely.
more attacking if you're doing that. But and his length, the mid-on, probably mid-on should have been in gully and mid-on at the short leg.
Well, Sylvester Joseph, I know they're listening to you.
You reckon?
Because, yes, since the first game when our criticism was regarding how the first slip was set in relation to the wicket keeper, how the slips were set, I'm seeing an improvement. I'm seeing Cornwall behind the wicket keeper, the conventional way, lined up with the crease.
Yeah.
The other 3 slips, even though they're a bit close, they take it from that field. Whereas we had the situation where they were in a bother, a few catches between the wicket keeper diving across Cornwall, and they have made that adjustment. So let's hope that they have a feed from you, and then we'll put in the forward short leg, because on a pitch situation like this, with the score which would have been 8 for 2, now 2 fours, one fortuitously going through the gully area and one easily picked out. Leewards need some direction. Here is Sheena Berich driven, lovely shot, classic from Darren Bravo. He just rolled the wrist over and stroked that effortlessly, and Powell, the man that bit off, didn't even move. Let's look at this. Over the wicket, and here is Bravo just driving with power and placement. And it has been 3 fours, the last 3 scoring strokes. So getting themselves out of a spot of bother here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
That's the way you hit a half volley.
That's punish it.
Punish it. Don't bowl me, especially with a new ball. No, you don't bowl big
That's
man,
right.
top batsman of Bravo's caliber. Those type of deliveries, you get the command, and that was really a commanding shot. And here he goes again.
This time he goes, lifts it, is that 6, over long off, half volley, and on this occasion, he had everything in place, economy of movement, and just lifted it effortlessly over long off for 6. Darren Bravo has moved on now to 17 in a flash. 10 runs off the last 2 deliveries, and if we were to add those with the 2 fours that Jason Mohammed struck, though one in the dark and the other to gain more confidence, it means that the Red Force, they're trying to take back the ascendancy that the Leewards Hurricane would have had. And that is why I keep saying I like Colin Archibald. He has pace. He's got to come at you, but I guess a little gentlish stuff from Sheena Berich, not the extra pace that we have seen over time. He comes in this time from around the wicket to Bravo, and Bravo comes forward. Better line, better delivery, better angle.
Yeah, I mean, Bravo tends to love these type of bowlers, when you don't have that pace to hurt him I put some fear in him with a few short balls. But you can't bowl those stuff to Bravo in this nick. And it seems like Bravo is on a mission.
Definitely on a mission.
He seems like he's looking to score.
This time he gets one, a slow delivery by Sheena Berich. Right on stumps, though. Full pitch delivery came down on it. Good comeback on the part of Berich. The 4 was definitely a top-class shot, but it was a gift. But the 6 was definitely a shot of command. Consolidating the mission.
The very next ball.
Yes.
Yeah. Normally when someone struck a 4, a half volley with such power after the first delivery, normally you will come back with a shorter delivery, a short ball. But he chooses to come up for another half volley, about.
That's right. In the Leeward Islands, Hurricanes, Jamaica, Scorpions game, John McGinley, who was sharing a bit of the seat with us, noted that he had not seen any short pitch delivery, any bounces, so that may have disappeared. And when I look back in that match, for the first 3 days that I saw, I only saw one from Colin Archibald, and he's yet to look at the cherry for the Leewards. Here is Sheena Berich outside the off-stump. Bravo shoulders arms, allows the ball to go through. He remains on 17. Trinidad and Tobago having lost Jeremy Salanzo for 1 and Keegan Simmons pretty early in their innings. They have stormed back from a position of 8 for 2 to 32 for 8. Jason Mohammed on 8. Darren Bravo twice that score. 17 without loss. Sylvester Joseph, the former West Indian player, has moved out of comes 2 position. Terry Liraji has joined me. Terry, good afternoon, and a fight back here by the Red Force.
Yes, good afternoon, Seth, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers. And yes, a fight back starting to form for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, Mohammed and Darren Bravo are the 2 most experienced, or one of the 2 most experienced players in this 11 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So this would be the partnership that they would be looking at.
Certainly.
After losing a couple of early quick wickets.
Bravo is definitely a class act by all measure. For me, it was just disappointing, as I mentioned over the years, that he fell out of favor. Some self-imposed, because you know how it is when you address authority figures in the Caribbean. This one is driven nicely by Jason Mohammed, opening the face of the bat down to backward point. Hayden Walsh Jr. pulls it up inside the boundary, and only 2 runs. Jason Mohammed starting to flow.
Yes, that looked very comfortable, very easy on the eye, that shot through the backward point region by Mohammed. Of course, he's coming off a 79 not out. He made 0 and 79 not out, but that 79 not out in the second innings against the Windward Islands Volcanoes in Trinidad and Tobago's first match. Very important set because it ended up being a match-saving knock by Mohammed.
Yes, certainly that game swung both ways and had some notable performances. Louis into Mohammed is beaten by a beauty. That one came back inside and he was a bit squared up. Was not going out sufficiently. Was cramped in the crease, and that one a good delivery on the part of Jeremiah Louis. That match also saw the century from Kimani Milias. Scored 192.
Huge century. Yeah, yeah.
Good to see the 22-year-old right-hander, former West Indies owner, 19 player, re-emerging in his presence. Mohammed stabs this one back out into the offside for Kofi James to field, and there is no run. And also a solid knock of 80 from Kaveem Hodge, one of the players whom I believe has been highly underrated.
You keep talking him up.
Yes, he's a quality player.
Yep.
May not have gotten the opportunities that some with similar and worse performances have gotten. And his has been relatively consistent. I think a drive, when you see that kind of player, the opportunity for the next level will suit him well. Here is Louis. Oh, that one came back appreciably. It was pitched outside the off stump. A bit slower though. Jason Mohammed was shouldering arm, and that came back a long way to wicketkeeper Hamilton. So those were good knocks along with what you mentioned. You spoke about experience in the part of the Red Force, but also Imran Khan has made himself available, another experienced veteran, one whom in the earlier days perhaps one thought would have gone on to bigger things.
Yeah, yeah.
Not only his excellent leg spin bowling, but also his lower order batting. And he seems like the personality that would encourage and groom and mentor and boost. Good delivery once again from Louis, well judged by Jason Mohammed. That completes the over. It is 34 for 6. Darren Bravo on 17, Jason Mohammed on 10. Simmons going for 5, disappointment. Solazano also going for 2. Any disappointment there?
Yeah, Solazano simply misread or misjudged the length of the delivery and shouldered arms to Jeremiah Louis, who's in having a good opening spell this afternoon. 2 for 17 off 5 overs, and Keegan Simmons just chased a wide one that he should have left alone and got the edge, but a good rebuilding process going on between Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed at the moment. And you're talking about Imran Khan, and a lot of people wouldn't realize that along with these 437 first-class wickets, he's also scored nearly 3,500
That's right.
runs, 3,492 at 21 with 14 50s and 1 first-class century.
And that's what I thought has been neglected in the whole equation. I mean, we can't resurrect him now, but during that period, West Indies suffered with low order batting, and you have someone who could be considered an all-rounder, someone who would have offered variety, and they may not have gotten the chance. It's often a situation where things just don't go some people's favor.
Exactly.
Well, Rakeem Cornwall has been brought into the attack after 10 overs. The Leewards, I think, over-dependent.
Well, that's the thing
with Cornwall.
That's the thing we were talking about at Coolidge in the first match, wasn't it, Seth?
Yes.
That Hamilton seems to rely on him.
And in the
for
last day, he bowled
everything.
31 overs.
31 overs.
Yes, took the 5-wicket haul, but the other bowlers, they need to
Didn't.
show up.
Exactly.
And the thing about the Rock, though, Rakeem, is that you ask yourself what he needs to do regarding West Indies selection after being selected and then unselected to go to Australia. Keeps bowling, keeps spending hours on the pitch, being neglected. Those things cannot be right. But the issue, he has been, I think, overworked by the Leewards. But his overwork exposes any theory about fitness.
About him not being fit enough.
As Sunil Gavaskar says, cricket fitness is about playing cricket and performing. And if there is one who has performed day in, day out, it's Rakeem Cornwall, who has been...
But I think, though, Seth, with the South Africa tour coming up in the next few weeks, I think it was very significant that lead selector Desi Haynes was at that match last week at Coolidge.
Well, I think his
Could have gone
responsibility
anywhere.
is to be at all the matches. So I'm not reading too much into it. I know Desi knows what is right. In fact, he was the one who had called Cornwall to let him know he was selected to go to Australia.
Right.
Though he had to chase the call, these are issues that I think Cricket West Indies need to look at. Because something is absolutely wrong with any setup where a person calls to say you're in and then you're out.
Especially these days where there's so much talk and chat going on about, do these guys really want to play Test cricket?
Well, some of them
he-
don't want, but he wants
he
to
got
play.
one,
I
and
know
he
he
can't
should have been
get
in
in.
Bangladesh at the
Well, he
start of this.
should- he
Oh, lovely delivery, but there was no silly point. We spoke about that at Coolidge, that
Coolidge.
Cornwall needs to be bowling not only with the forward short leg and the slip, not the silly mid-off, but the silly point. There
Yeah.
is a difference for him because he gets the ball to pop. And had Mountain Hodge been at silly
Straighter.
point to his left, there is a difference than silly mid-off.
Definitely.
And I
he
think-
was more at silly point last week.
Here is Cornwall. Oh, he goes at that, and it took the edge past the keeper, and he is definitely in the dark against Cornwall. 2 deliveries since Bravo turned over the strike. Either could have been a wicket.
A good start here by Rakeem Cornwall. He's definitely troubling Mohammed. He's got 4 men plus the keeper roundabout. Leg slip, silly mid-off and short leg.
Oh,
Good delivery. So-
Come boys.
So I think Jason Mohammed now realized that it's not just a first slip, there is a leg slip, there's a forward short leg, there is a silly mid-off. So he would try to maybe attack his way out of trouble here. Worked nicely on the onside down to backward of square. Casey Carty coming off the square leg boundary, a single. Jason Mohammed. I thought I would love to see, in spite of Cornwall's prowess and his excellence, he had 2 5-wicket hauls against the Jamaica Scorpions.
And an 85
right,
with the
and
bat.
an 85 with the bat at 20. I would love to see Colin Archibald with the new ball still. It's a
Yes.
relatively new ball, and I would love to see with his pace, with his guile. Not that I'm saying, yes, Cornwall may be the best bowler, but I'm speaking about the fast bowler with the new ball. In fact, in my book, Colin Archibald should have opened the bowling in spite of the fact that Louis and Sheena Berridge have been given that opportunity. It is drinks time now. It is 38 for 2, Terry. Darren Bravo on 18. Jason Mohammed on 13. The only 2 Red Force batters to have gotten into double figures because both openers would have departed rather easily through the bowling of Jeremiah Louis, who must be pleased with his starting performance in this game, contrasting that and his opening spell against the Scorpions.
Yes, and but I'm in agreement with you though, Seth. I was surprised that after his performance at Coolidge, that Colin Archibald didn't get the new ball and hasn't had a ball as yet. Although Jeremiah Louis, excuse me, looks a lot more consistent today in his line and lengths than he was in the first match. But I was surprised that Archibald only bowled. I think he only bowled 9 overs or so in the second innings.
Well,
Also,
the sound
when they
you're
were-
hearing in your ear, it is the blower. Should we call it the super blower on the pitch? And they are just taking an opportunity to remark as I followed the chat after we would have had, what, about the second or the third inspection. I know there were fans chatting what's going on with the game. I know we gave an update early in the morning about the second inspection. But the truth is there was a wet pitch condition here. Can't go into all the details. The pitch was heavily rolled, and I knew that the toss would have been important. It would have called for openers to be a bit tentative. I thought the Leewards opening bowlers at first didn't really do well with the new ball. I thought Louis was just a bit wide. But once he was able to induce Simmons, and then that inducker that shocked Solazano, I thought it summed up that he would have had a decent spell in the end. Sheena Berich thereabout, not as convincing as I would like. That's why I mentioned about Colin Archibald as an option. But instantly they brought in Rakeem Cornwall for two purposes, I believe: to stem the flow of runs, as it had been going at 3.4 per over, and also to see if they can break this critical partnership,
Yes.
with the main threat being Darren Bravo.
Yeah, most definitely. But it looks like Archibald is going to start from the commentary box end after the drinks break. And also the other thing with Archibald, being the left-hander, always gives you that variation. They're always tricky customers, the left-handers. So see what he can do here. But as you say, that's a very important partnership for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes will know that if they can get rid of Mohammed or Darren Bravo.
Which one would you
or
like to get
both.
rid of first?
I think Bravo, innit? Or Bravo can take the game away pretty quickly when he's on song.
And Mohammed, he has been a wonderful servant of Trinidad and Tobago cricket. The diminutive Jason Mohammed faces now as Colin Archibald comes in. The first delivery after the break, a short delivery,
Sure.
pounced on it and just worked it around to backward of square for 4. It was a good shot on the part of him. A little bit short, not as accurate to body as would like, but Jason Mohammed must be given full credit for that shot, and he goes past Darren Bravo. He moves up to 18. The score moves up to 42 for 2.
Top shot that by Jason Mohammed. Bit of a loosener there by Archibald, and too short, and he just dispatched it to the backward square leg boundary.
I keep asking the questions of fast bowlers. Do you expect to come on and bowl a warm-up delivery to start, or do you get yourself warm and want to give your best delivery to start? Better line, better length.
Or is it us commentators? Because if a fast bowler comes on, he gets banged for a boundary, we say that was a warm-up delivery. If he comes on, takes a wicket, he says, wow, brilliant. Knew he should have been on earlier.
I don't think it's the commentators thing. I think it is part of the recent culture, how the game has changed. I remembered in the early days of the Andy Roberts and the Michael Holding, the Malcolm Marshall, even come down to the Curtly Ambrose and even more recent. You always look forward for that first delivery, because that is going to be a big effort delivery. Good delivery on this occasion onto the body, worked around by Mohammed to Kofi James at square leg. So there was always that awe, because that
Anticipation.
first delivery was going to be a big effort delivery. You look for a batter to be beaten. I'm speaking about from a fast bowler.
Right, right.
An edge, you were looking for perhaps a bouncer. But these days you get that sort of innocuous delivery as well. You're just trying to get into your stride. No, get into the stride onto the pitch.
And a lot of times
when it goes for 6 or 4, you can see the difference.
Yes.
Here is a man with more pace. Oh, good delivery. You see that involuntary stroke from Jason Mohammed, was shaping to cut and realized that one came onto it, hustled him a bit, and he played it with an angled bat to backward point. Bravo comes up to have a word with him. So you see now the contrast between that, the third delivery, and the first.
Yes, yeah. Most definitely.
pace,
More pace and a better line outside off stump going across the right-hander from the left-handed Archibald, whereas the first delivery was dead straight and too short. But you're right about first deliveries. I mean, it always set up the match, set the tone for the day.
Driven by this, Kofi James dives. In fact, that's Casey Carty dives across and saves the single. Good bit of feeling. I just think the first impression is important. It sets the tone, as you rightly say. It sets the tone, even your confidence level that you get it right. In fact, I would have heard some tutors would even urge spinners, finger spinners. You may not need to try to put too much turn on your first delivery.
Just land it.
Because it may just land it and get it right and take it from there. Because you don't want a mishap on your first delivery. Archibald, a better delivery now, getting good movement, wave and then into the right-hander. His first over coursing, 4 runs. Apart from that 4, settled down nicely. And the Leewards now will seek to see what they can draw from Rakeem Cornwall. 42 for 2 after 12 overs. Bravo looks ominous. And Jason Mohammed was a bit fortuitous when he edged one down to Gully for 4. But apart from that, he has come into his own. And this has been a good partnership. A partnership of 34 runs so far for the third wicket.
Yes, a good rebuilding partnership for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force between these two very experienced players. But not a bad start there by Archibald. As Seth said, just the first delivery, which was a bit of a loosener, getting dispatched. But apart from that, he was getting some good movement.
Cornwall comes into Bravo. Bravo plays this one down on the bounce to first slip. Negotiated it well, but got the impression he was a bit uncertain as to whether to go forward with the forward short leg and the silly mid off in play. This time he goes back and he plays it with a slightly horizontal bat instead of a vertical bat. Again, the forward short leg, the silly mid off, launching into play. Here is Cornwall to him, and he goes at that. 4 runs, lovely shot over extra cover. And the fielder coming around from long off, just running to retrieve. So Bravo on this occasion picked his spot well and is happy to go over the top. Good looking shot from him.
Yeah, good looking safe shot there by Darren Bravo, pitched up by Cornwall and just dispatched over the short extra cover, which is Kieran Powell, into the boundary. So 46 for 2 after being 8 for 2.
Well, Bravo is going to have a drink or a change of glove. What is it? Someone comes on to say something, perhaps dispensing of the helmet for the cap. So he's confident. It was just the economy of movement on that shot that I like. He didn't give any impression that he was going to hit it over the top. He didn't charge down, perhaps, noting that the wicketkeeper is there, noting that they're attacking options. But what he did, he picked the gap well. It went over Powell's head at wide mid-off for extra cover and into the extra cover boundary for 4. Cornwall coming from around the wicket to Darren Bravo. He goes back and he cuts it. The silly mid-off fielder went away, but it fell just in front of Powell on the bounce.
The bounce is troubling him, though.
Yes,
Cornwall's
the bounce is affecting
extracting
him.
Yeah,
and I think he wants to go big to get the men from around the bat. But he got to be careful here. Comes forward on this occasion. And this is going to be a good battle. Because you're right, he was a bit disconcerted. The first 2 deliveries in terms of the bounce. Didn't know whether to play with horizontal or vertical bats. And then he went over the top. A good way to rescue. That's another good one. That one came into him. Hurried him a bit. Played it with a defensive bat. That completes the over. Bravo on 22, getting a 4 in that over.
Yes, and a nice boundary it was, but Rakeem Cornwall bowled the rest of the overs without a run being scored and did almost have Darren Bravo in two minds, whether the players said with a horizontal or a vertical bounce. On a couple of the occasions, the bounce that the big man Cornwall extracts. And be Archibald to continue the attack from the commentary box on northern end of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, bathed in sunshine at the moment, which is great news.
Colin Archibald, oh, good delivery. Jason Mohammed draws into it, plays it nicely in the end. Good cricket here. Good to see the Leeward Islands maintaining two slips. I think for Archibald, I would love to see the third slip.
I was going to say, why did he take the third slip out?
Yes, with Archibald going across the right-hander. And that ought to have been an option. But they have gone with the two slips, the gully, the backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, fine leg on the boundary. Archibald, he's getting the ball to come back, so Mohammed would have to be careful because he's walking across, realizing the angle, he shoulders arms, but there's a late swing with the ball coming back into the right-hander.
The umpire just having a look at the danger area with Archibald's follow-through. No warning, so I think he's all right there.
Well, that's part of the responsibilities. Archibald to Mohammed. This one too far outside the off stump. Didn't really apply any pressure. Watchful. Once again is Jason Mohammed.
Sorry, sir.
Go ahead.
The Leeward Islands need to be a lot better, a lot more alert in the field than they were in their first match. They dropped 5 or 6 catches, but crucial ones. Well, they're all crucial, but especially the latter part of the match, they had a couple of opportunities to take that 10th wicket.
Good delivery from Colin Archibald. Yes, it was crucial because when you look at it, it was a drawn match, but they only needed 1 wicket at the end.
Exactly.
Had they had gotten that 1 wicket, they would have had full points because Guyana, who would have had the only win, they are well ahead on 10 points. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 10.2 points. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 8.4. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 7.4. So there's a big difference in spite of first innings. They didn't pick up the bonus points that TNT may have picked up, that the Windwards may have picked up. Jamaica Scorpions on 6.2, and at the bottom, the Barbados Pride on 4.8. Good delivery from Archibald. Jason Mohammed backs up, and in the end, no run. So in terms of the scores around the region, Jamaica against Barbados over at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in the northern side of the island. They are 91 for 5. 91 for 5, Jamaica against Barbados. Windward Islands against Guyana. The Windwards are really coming back from losing 3 quick wickets to be won 84 for 4 against Guyana.
Jason, coming round to you.
And here, Jason Mohammed and Darren Bravo, they have brought Trinidad and Tobago back to arrest the early initiative after they were in problems at 8 without loss. They have a partnership of 38, 46 for 2. Colin Archibald comes in well driven, but good delivery. Changed his angle, deciding instead of coming over the wicket to come from around the wicket for the last ball of the over. No wicket to him. Jeremiah Louis, the lone wicket taker for the Leewards, 2 for 17. Jason Mohammed is on 17. Darren Bravo on 22. 46 for 2 after 14.
Yes, and I think Archibald changed back to, or changed to around the wicket for him instead of coming naturally over the wicket, or a left-hander, because the umpire spoke to him again about that danger area set. So to keep away from that, decided his last delivery would bowl around the wicket. So that could make a difference to his overall rhythm today.
Rakeem Cornwall comes into Bravo. Bravo plays this one hurriedly and was exploring the possibility of a single. He would not get Jason Mohammed to agree on that. So the slip, forward short leg, silly mid off, short backward point. Cover, extra cover. He goes back and he does not time it at all. Tries to move, but Cornwall is getting appreciable bounce.
Most definitely.
Bravo could not time that one well. He did everything correct in terms of the movement. But the blade, when it was horizontal, the ball went out to backward point. Cornwall comes into him and he gets a good one. Playing with one hand. Had to hustle the bottom hand, top hand alone. Good to see Cornwall in good flight here. Bravo goes back and plays it here. So when we were talking about the challenges that we had in terms of the whole approach, in terms of selection, here's Bravo driving just to the right of Powell into the boundary for 4. It was a good shot, but pretty close to Powell at cover, and he dived around but really could not have effected any save at all, and the ball going into the boundary for 4. Good shot by Darren Bravo.
Excellent shot once again by Bravo. Overpitched by Cornwall, and both times that he has delivered the ball too full, he's been right on the drive as Bravo.
This one goes past the slip fielder. No run on that occasion. The over has been completed, but just a little word here, Terry, just to show. Apart from Milius, Milius in that innings of 192 came into the second round with 198 runs. Matthew Nandu scoring also 101-26 right here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. 142 runs. Tion Webster, who is a part of the Trinidad, 27-year-old TNT player, part of this team, 137 runs, has been consistent. 79 his highest. Man Singh, Abijah, 118. Rakeem Cornwall, 114. Those are the top 5. Ambis not too far with 110, and also doing pretty well in that fight back for the Windwards today.
Yes.
Those have been the top guys. In terms of, here is Colin Archibald into Jason Mohammed, loud appeal. I thought that one was going down leg. But in terms of the bowlers, Cornwall 10 for 95 from the last game. That's 2 5 wickets, 5 for 41, 5 for 54. There's Ryan John also getting 8 wickets. Veerasamy Pramod, another wily, respected spinner, 6 wickets at 11.83. And Brian Charles, the off spinner from the Red Force, with 6 wickets. These are some of the outstanding performances to date so far in the tournament. Here is Colin Archibald, comes into Jason Mohammed, he drives. It will go into the cover boundary. A big chase by Hayden Walt Jr. will not pick it up, and the ball goes into the boundary for 4. And Jason Mohammed content to go the aerial route.
Yeah, he threw his hands right through that, but the delivery got the treatment it deserved. It was wide, full by Archibald, and although it went aerial, it went quite safely well over backward point, which I think is Hayden Walsh Jr. in that customary position of his.
Good cricket here. Good counter attack on the part of Jason Mohammed. Archibald to him, and he drives. Lovely stop.
Fielded.
That's the man there, Casey Carty. Is it that he has on 2 caps?
Yeah.
Well, a cap and a broad rim hat. He has the maroon on top of his white broad rim hat. Good feeling. And then when you look at the situation with Rakeem Cornwall, he would have had 9 test matches for the West Indies. 34 wickets at 37.76. 2 5-wicket hauls, 1 10-wicket haul. Here is Colin Archibald in. Jason Mohammed drives hard into the ground. Once again fielded by him. But in his 77 first-class matches, 364 wickets at 24.40. 24 5-wicket hauls and 6 10-wicket hauls. That is outstanding. In List A cricket, I will get back to a statistic on that. But in terms of his batting now, 2,809 runs at 22.83, 116 50s. He's not just a spin bowler or your best spin option. but he's perhaps your best all-round option available here. Driven, lovely shot by Jason Mohammed down to the point boundary for 4. It was almost over pitch, and he got it on the volley outside the off stump, and that one really raced to the point boundary for 4. Jason Mohammed on one knee, showing his skill level. The 50 comes up. In fact, they have moved beyond 50, 58. 2 4s from Jason Mohammed. He moves to 25, and this partnership, in fact, is 50.
Yeah, and that was a much better shot by Mohammed, and he certainly didn't fall for the 3-card trick, as Archibald, prior to that delivery, had moved his short mid-wicket to the deep square leg boundary, but still tossed it up full outside the off stump.
I laughed, Terry, because after you'd have had 2 4s,
Why would
played
you
that
do
one
that?
real awkwardly. That one was coming into him, and he was jumping in the air, anticipating that it would have had on a bit more guile.
Right.
But you should be so composed after 2 4s that whether it was
He was
beaming at your head or
He was-
jumping at your throat, you should be front foot down the wicket. But he was almost jumping, playing that ball that did not get up above waist height.
I think he fancies Archibald, and he was worried about James being dropped back to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yes. But Jason Mohammed, pretty much a solid player for TNT over the years. Both him and Bravo, both identical. 26 from 32 deliveries.
There you go.
What a perfect partnership. A partnership of 51. Bravo
done
would
well.
have come in at 3 after the fall of Simmons, and then Bravo saw Solozano's wicket, and then he was joined. So Cornwall is ready. Just to complete what I was saying regarding his performance, I will get back to that as he comes into Jason Mohammed. Mohammed plays him well from the crease.
Come in, boys. Come in, boys.
In terms of his List A matches, 55, 68 wickets at 25.29. And he actually has 4 good approach by Jason Mohammed just to drop the wrist and play the ball into the onside to the forward shortly. In List A matches, he has 400, 4 centuries, that is, an average of 32.86. Jason Mohammed works this one to the right of Kofi James at the forward short leg position, gets a single. So there are few batters in the Caribbean who have 4 List A hundreds.
True.
And there is none with a List A 100, with 4 List A 100 who would not have gone on to play ODIs. So there's some matters to look at. 550s, a highest of 132, 1,479 runs from 68 List A matches. Really awesome stats from the big man coming forward on this occasion is Darren Bravo.
Come, boys. Come, boys.
So talent is not a problem in the West Indies. We spoke about the Bravo scenario. We are speaking about the Cornwall misfortune. This time it comes forward. So often situations are non-cricket. And
Yeah.
I'm saying non-cricket.
Well,
With performance
Well, and you
and capacity
but
and quality.
You even have a look at the selection with the current 11 of the West Indies
Pitched
Test
outside
team.
the off-stump.
You're saying, and
Yes.
you know, quite rightly so, you got Cornwall with both bat and ball. There's your all-rounder. But if you have a look, there's 3 all-rounders in the team at the moment, right? Genuine all-rounders in the team at the moment. Both of the, 2 of them are carbon copies, except one ball's left and the other one ball's right, in Mays and Reefer. And Holder, who a couple of seasons ago was your leading Test all-rounder in the world, is really tapered off in all aspects of his cricket, to the point where people are questioning whether he still wants to play the longer version. You know what I mean? So a big case for somebody like Cornwall, who
In fact, I am happy that Reefer got a half century just for his personal right. But he really does not fit a number 3 position in the West Indies team, and they have been forcing that
It is odd,
situation
yeah.
for the past year. It is obvious, and against Zimbabwe may have been the opportunity for somebody to prove a point.
But are they
Let's
all
face it.
those set bats in a
terms of
position out of
Mayers,
place?
I think Mayers is more of a batter. He would come in and take a few wickets, so I would not really put the weight of all-rounder around his neck in terms of proving himself. But in fact, there is some decline there, because when you started with 210 not out, and
You
your
haven't
average
done
is now in
much.
the mid-30s,
Yeah, right.
those are the declining matters before you outside the off stump to Jason Mohammed. So we have to look at it holistically. Let's go back to even when the West Indies had a team with Sherwin Campbell, Jimmy Adams, and a few others. These guys had averages starting, Jimmy Adams from 70-something, Campbell in the 50s, and they went down and declined without anyone monitoring it.
Right.
Sherwin Campbell just went down. And then it was only at that stage that some remedy was being done. The point is, we have to take note of performance, decline in performance, consistency of performance, or
Early.
improvement in performance.
Early. And I think it's got to do with the fact that, to me, they all bat out of position, at least one
That's
place
right.
out of position.
That's right. So, opportunities there. My burden really was just to see, had things going well for the West Indies, Darren Bravo would have still been around in the top, shepherding the team like Virat Kohli was.
But if he
Is,
looks at
sorry.
that middle order and the
This time here is Jason Mohammed, attempting to hook, but in the end, I thought the ball stuck on him a bit, and it went down to Kofi James, 3/4 of the way to the square leg boundary, only a single. And Terry, continue.
if Bravo looks at that current West Indies middle order, though, he'd still back himself to get back in the team.
To do that, he got to score a few hundreds, because they're not going to give him an easy passage. If I would prefer to see Bravo at number 3.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I don't want to be demeaning at all, but at the end of the day, but it would come down to, does he want it, the performance, he has the capacity, he has the talent, good pepperish stuff. From Archibald, I like to see a fast bowler. Umpire saying one over the shoulder, but that's okay.
No, you want to see that, and I heard you when you were on with Sylvester earlier saying that they didn't utilize the short ball enough in the first round on a slowish pitch and everything.
Growing up, I watched cricket for two reasons: to see excellent batsmanship and to see a fast bowler firing away at the batters.
Right.
And you don't see that around.
No. And West Indies didn't do it either in Zimbabwe first inning.
This time a half-cock shot from Bravo, playing it on one leg, out to mid-wicket. Casey Carty fires the return right over the stumps to Jamal Hamilton, and there is no run. I think one of the complexities of West Indies cricket is that you have, whereas, let's say in Australia, it's more state sides coming together, the English county, I think it comes down to islands and territories in a kind of way. And sometimes the clarity you don't get. And you just got to leave it. But talent is here in the West Indies.
Definitely.
There is
Huge
definitely
amount.
a challenge with fast bowlers that I am not seeing too many coming through. Here is Archibald, one to be looked at.
But in a situation like this, Seth, where you have a team 8 for 2 and now they've moved on to 60 odd for 2, and you know the importance of this partnership as far as the outcome of this match is concerned, especially this first innings for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. This is where you'd like to see Hamilton a bit more proactive.
That's right.
Try something different and not just, well, I've got Jimbo bowling at one end, so things will take care of itself type attitude.
Yes, leadership, I think that's an issue that we have discussed to some extent from the Leewards standpoint. Not that we're decrying him, but in terms of being innovative, in terms of going a step ahead of things, in terms of being so predictable. Perhaps Hayden Walsh could have come in before Cornwall as well. You know, give him a chance to lay back, because they're always expecting Cornwall to come into the equation. Chance for a run out, but no. Waking up a little bit late, that looks like the substitute, Louis. So someone is not on the field. It's one of the starting 11 for the Leewards. So Cornwall none for 14 in his 4. Leewards would need to break this partnership. It is threatening. It is now a partnership worth 55 runs. Jason Mohammed in the air. And then the first slip running back, but he was able to come through for the single. Leg by signal by the umpire. So perhaps that stifled appeal. Was they perhaps were uncertain as to whether or not it got the edge. But it came from the pad. But you heard the wicket keeper. Saw a quick movement. Bravo faces Cornwall. Comes forward. Plays it out to
Come boys, let's work.
The issue here for the Leewards is that you have lost 15 overs from the day's play. Because let's say the entire first session. 75 overs minimum here. Bravo goes back and he works it nicely. Good to see the footwork coming into play. No run though. And therefore, runs must be scored relatively quickly.
Right.
To
give
build
yourself
an
a chance.
advantage. Or what the Leewards were doing at the start. Getting quick wickets.
Right.
You don't want neither of these teams
Want a
would
slow
be
start.
happy to settle, want a slow start, or would be happy to settle for a draw.
No.
Given the
they can't
fact that
afford
they
to.
were on that same position in the opening games. Cornwall too. Bravo covers up well. Good delivery. Good contest here between these two. Over comes to an end. Bravo on 28. Jason Mohammed on 28. TNT 64 for 2. Strong breeze blowing as you see with the Antigua Barbuda flag, the Leewards flag, and the TNT flag.
Yes, strong breeze blowing, so any clement weather should be blown away, but it's nice and fine here at the moment.
So Terry, here is an opportunity for you to have a little chat with the president of the Antigua Cricket Association, a man who has done the 360. He's also the director of the Leeward Islands. He's also director of CWI. Man, he is tripartite.
There's not
But
much
you know,
set that he isn't director of.
I am telling you, but the Leewards tournament about to set, you and Kuma Rodney can have a chat between the overs.
As Archibald comes into Muhammad, wraps him on the pad. Half a shout, but I think height might have saved Muhammad on that occasion. As I welcome President of the ABCA, Mr. Kuma Rodney.
Thank you, Jerry. Terry, and thanks to Seth Burton, and thanks to the listeners are tuned in and very well in tune with what goes on with West Indies cricket. Good to see cricket played again after a long break during this COVID situation. So good to see the competition is back, and let's hope that it will be very competitive no matter who wins.
Definitely, as Archibald on his way again to Muhammad, and this one, Muhammad shoulder in arms, lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run. And of course, we've got the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, LICB 2023 Championship coming up next week.
Yeah, that comes up
the 18th,
and the start on the 19th. I think the challenge is the 18th. That will start on the 19th, and that will take place in St. Kitts. And we hope that will be very competitive too. I mean, that will just give quite a bit of youngsters, new players, an opportunity for the selectors to see them. And this team that we have on the park has been playing for a little bit.
Archibald in again to Muhammad. Muhammad is covering up, defending that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Score stays on 64 for 2. Yeah, and great to have it back. It's been a couple of years now, of course, with COVID and all that business.
Quite a while that we haven't played, and as a matter of fact, the version that we're going to with the 3-day version, that has not been played for quite a long time. So it's good to see that back, and hope that by next year that we'll see it at full strength again. It's important for the players. The wider the pool, is the more pressure you put on players to try and secure their place and hold on to their place in the team.
And that one just rears a bit at Muhammad, who takes his bottom hand away but plays it safely into the offside, and there is no run. Score stays on 64 for 2. Yeah, because Leewards have been forced to basically pick their red ball team off the white ball game for the last few seasons.
Right, and it's not a good thing. I think that it's much easier for you to select a white ball team from a longer version than to be selecting your 4-day team from a white ball version, you know. But I'm sure that the people who are given the job, the selectors, will use the initiative and see what's best for Leewards in the very near future.
Archibald in again, and that's driven nicely by Mohammed, but can't beat Kieran Powell at mid-off, and there's no run.
I think what this Leeward Islands tournament will do this year, a lot of the young players like who would have played for Leewards under 19s and so forth, who have not been given that opportunity to represent the territory, the Antigua, Nevis, and St. Kitts and so forth, will now get the opportunity to play against each other. And what seems to be will go very well is that all the Leeward Islands players are available for the territories. So
Right,
you know,
yeah.
who's playing for Antigua, representing St. Kitts and Nevis and so on.
Archibald in again to Mohammed. Mohammed's driving this, but cannot beat Casey Carty at short extra cover to complete the over. So at the end of the over, after being asked to bat first, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 64 for 2 with both Mohammed and Darren Bravo on 28.
Yeah, Trinidad came back very well, and that's the kind of a fight you want to see in a tournament like this. They lost 2 early wickets to Leewards, but they're fighting back, and as much as I would want Leewards to win, you would hope that the Red Force can, you know, put up a good target, that the Leewards batters can be tested and see who has the stickability the most in this game, and see who will end up winning the game. If not, you know, once you come out with some good performances, you should be happy.
Definitely, as Rakim Cornwall start a new over from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowling to Bravo, defends that to Hodge at silly mid-off, and there is no run. And you are happy with the squad selected for Antigua and Barbuda for the LICB Championship?
Well, you know, I really don't comment on those kind of stuff, whether the squad is one that I'm happy with, because we give selectors a job to do and you want them to do their job. But I think that is a reasonably good setup that we have. If you look at it, all the Leeward Islands players from Antigua are available. Well, obviously, the exception of Devon Thomas and Alzavi, who is away with the West Indies team. But notwithstanding that,
Cornwall into Mohammed. Mohammed strokes this nicely past short mid-wicket for a comfortable single. So the score moves on to 65 for 2.
yeah, we have to give our selectors quite a bit of credit. We had 3 trial matches with 26 players, and that wasn't including the
Cornwall into the left-handed Bravo, defending that, and there's no run.
and that was not inclusive of the Leeward Islands players. So the selectors were really challenged, because you have about 6 or 7 guys who are on the Leeward Islands setup.
Cornwall in again to Bravo, and beats him with a good delivery through to Hamilton. No edge, no luck there for Cornwall. Score remains on 66 for 2. Desperate to break this partnership, Leeward Islands Hurricanes. You know how important it is for the Red Force. Well defended that time by Bravo to complete the over. So at the end of the Cornwall over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 66 for 2. Darren Bravo on 29, and Jason Mohammed also on 29.
Yeah, they would want to break that partnership. You want to take anything for granted. You know the exploit of Darren Bravo, and Jason Mohammed has been around for a while and still a very, very capable player. But as we go back a little bit, I think that, as I say, we have to give the Antigua selectors quite a bit of credit, because to have 26 players when you really we're only looking for about 7, you know, because remember we have about 7 guys around the Leeward Islands setup who you know, the selectors felt must go ahead with the team, and so you probably would have only looked for about 7 more guys. And I think this selection is reasonable. Maybe 1 or 2 guys could have, but I've always said, and you know, from sitting the selection before, I've always said that if the selectors gets 1 or 2 wrong out of 14 in the eyes of the public or some people, I think that they get 100%. If you even given the selection job, somebody's going to feel that you would have left out somebody. And somebody's always going to going to get left out. I mean, if you go way, way back, you remember the days of Valsanato, who would have really played so well over and over between himself and Enoch Lewis, and they just could not have gotten a look into the West Indies team. So these things do happen. For me, the one or two names that I believe could have gotten in, they're youngsters.
Right.
And all they have to do now that Leeward Islands tournament is back, during the Antigua tournaments, keep rapping down the door, kicking down the door, and give the selector something to say, here am I, and I want to be a part of an Antigua team, and so I can push for selection for the Leeward Islands team.
Shino Berridge is back into the attack, and he's changed ends. He's bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, or commentary box end. He bowled to Muhammad, who is back in defence, and there is no run.
Yeah, but during the tournament, as I said, I think it's going to be very, very good, because all of the teams now have quite a bit of youngsters. I think what COVID has done for a couple of players, I think that would have eliminated some players who would have been, between 28, 29 and been out.
Berridge into Muhammad, who's turning this into mid-wicket region, and they scramble through for a single. So Muhammad goes up to 30. The score 67-4-2, and all the matches will be in St Kitts.
Yeah, all the
this
matches
year.
will be played in St Kitts. Between St Kitts and Nevis,
Right.
because some matches will be played in Nevis also. So it's a good opportunity for the youngsters. Let's hope that we see some very good performances coming out of the tournament, which can just spell better for Leeward Islands cricket, because, as you say, we have this team that has been playing together for a while. There's really no pressure has been bared on players,
Berridge into the left-handed Darren Bravo, who shoulders arms lets that through, and there's no run.
Yeah, you have a number of players who are on Leeward Islands set up for a while, and this is a good opportunity to see Leeward Islands tournament coming back and put a lot of pressure. Just to mention that notwithstanding the team that was put out by Antigua, I believe also that I think we have three under 19 players going to that camp, going to West Indies training camp sometime soon, so that would have eliminated one or two of them of not representing Antigua, but it's only better for the cricket.
Berridge in again to Bravo, but he lets that one through as well. Score remains on 67-2. So that's a good opportunity for them, though.
Most definitely, in preparation for 2024 Under 19 World Cup. So they start in the camp early to just see what the stock look like, and the coaches and so forth and the selectors will look around to see, the potential of who they have that they can pull together and have a reasonable good West Indies Under 19 team going to the World Cup in 2024.
Berridge into Bravo. He's reaching for that, but gets it through the cover, or just forward of point, into the boundary for 4. So he played that one-handed all the way along the ground, chased it a bit of a wide one, but got the desired result. He moves on to 33. Trinidad and Tobago 71-4-2.
Yeah, in a 4-day game, I don't think Shino should feel too bad about that delivery at all. It depends on what he's working on, if he's trying to find a way to out the batsman. Because sometimes these days you're not seeing enough bowlers trying to work over batsmen. They just stick to one spot, trying to stick to one spot as much as possible, instead of, you see, the induckers, and then the waist swingers.
Yeah.
But I don't think you should feel bad about that delivery a while ago. I'm not convinced that Bravo played a very positive shot. Came off just a one-handed, but at the end of the day, it went to the boundary, and there are no ugly runs.
And no ugly runs, and it was very safe all the way on the carpet.
And it was on the carpet, so,
So the backward point is now on the backward point boundary, as Berridge in again to Bravo, and when he covers up, pushes it into the onside for an easy single, and completes the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 72-2, and Bravo moves on to 34, and Jason Muhammad 30. But talking about that, Kuma, that's why I was a little bit disappointed. If you want to really extract something out of the first test against Zimbabwe, the way they bowled to balance. I'm not saying the guy didn't bat well and concentrate well and everything, but the areas where they were tackling him, they only seemed to have one plan, and that was to come around the wicket and try and get the ball to straighten and move away from the left-hander.
Well, I didn't really watch the match, but what I am, based on what you're telling me, I observe in this modern day, it seems to be a tendency of bowlers, as soon as the left-hander comes into bat, you go around the wicket instead of stick over the wicket and try to get the ball across the body of the player, hoping to hit off the edge and get the batsman out behind the wicket. And when I say behind the wicket, from anywhere from wicket keeper to gully, as soon as the batsman come in, they come over the wicket. Round, try over the wicket first. If that doesn't work, then you go to plan B.
Then you can always change. Oh, beaten again, Cornwall. Bravo. Lunging forward, just past the outside edge. Cornwall bowling good spell here. He's into his 7th over. No wicket for 16 so far. Seen again to Bravo, and Bravo strikes that nicely, but smartly fielded there. Short extra cover by Kieran Powell. Bravo. He's got a short leg, a silly mid off, and a slip around him. One's defended out the offside, and there's no run.
Well, I know you see a good spell here again by Cornwall, but to be honest with you, I don't remember seeing Cornwall bowling a bad spell for a very long time, and I'll draw your attention to something.
Defended again.
Even when he's bowling and he's not getting the wickets, he reminds me very much of Curtly Ambrose. He's not moving from one spot. He's just right there, right there, and so you're really not scoring as freely as you think that you want to do.
True, and in again, and this one's turned into the onside. It beats James at short leg, but Hamilton running around from behind the stumps ensures there's no run, so it'll be a drinks break here. Second drinks break of this session. Of course, a truncated day. We lost the entire first session due to some wet spots on the pitch. Play started after lunch, and we've had 23 overs in the day's play so far. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning the toss, they opted to bat first, and they are 72 for 2. Darren Bravo is on 34, and Jason Muhammad is on 30, so a good little partnership after they were 8 for 2. So 72 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago, a Red Force.
Yes, a good partnership set up here by Bravo and Muhammad. Let's hope from a Leeward standpoint that break would be something that they really need. There are times that after the break, something happens. Whether it's going to happen for Leewards or it's going to continue to happen for the Red Force, that is something that we will see as the game goes along. But it's a very good partnership by Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed just for, I think it's in the vicinity of 68 runs. That is setting up Trinidad nicely, and if they can continue to bat like that, Leewards will have to be looking around to see where they're going to get the next wicket from, who will break the partnership.
Yes, 66, I believe they've added, or 64.
Yeah,
64,
like that.
yeah, they believe they added. But that's interesting. We thought we weren't told up here in the commentary box who won the toss, but when Leeward started bowling, we thought we would win the toss and bowl, given what happened this morning with the pitch. But it's saying on the screen that Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss and opted to bat regardless of the conditions, so obviously looking to put a good total on the board.
Well, I think maybe it's not a bad thing that they did. Based on my understanding, it wasn't really the pitch wasn't really wet. There were probably one or two spots that we're still just waiting on some information to know exactly why and why not. Because at the end of the day, you're talking about this cricket stadium, and this pitch has been prepared for a number of days now, and to find that on the morning of the match that there's some wet spot or something like that. Unless you have the full details, you really don't want to comment too much about it. Definitely. However, you must also accept that with this happening in the first match and then happening in the start of the second match again, there's some cause for concern, and we just need to get the details, find out the details, and know exactly what happened before we can make any discussions about it.
For sure. And as far as the women's game in our sub-region here, how's that coming along?
I think you need a lot of work, a lot of work, and the reality, I'm just putting it as it is, and I'm very just like that.
Definitely.
The reality, as I always say, everything takes money. Gone are the days you can just have somebody getting up and just be doing some work. Especially you're trying to get this women thing developed. You know, people
Right.
have to make up their mind that funds must come from somewhere to pay the coaches and things like that, because you know it's real. You know, I mean, you still have to go to the APU, you have to pay the water bill
Yep.
and the light bill and the telephone bill, and you can't tell them that you're doing this work for free. And sometime in our country, you know, people really not too concerned what you do for gratis and so forth, and think that on the back end that, you know, they try to make things happen. So at the end of the day, you know, it's going to take some work. Let me just put it that way. It will take some work.
No problem. As Berridge starts a new over into Muhammad and beats him. Good delivery first up after the drinks break. Good signs there by Shino Berridge. Leeward Islands desperate to break this partnership.
Yeah, well, Sheena will just have to think positive and stick to his plan, you know. Stick to his areas that he feel that he can get the batsman out. Try not to play into to what the batters want. Just stick to your game plan.
Berridge in again to Muhammad, and this one too wide outside the off stump. Let go by Muhammad. So he's bowling to two slips a gully, a backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a fine leg. Sun just goes behind few clouds, but nothing threatening at all. Pleasant afternoon here. North Sound Antigua. Come on down to the ground, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Watch some decent first-class cricket as that one steered towards backward point. No run. Score remains on 72 for 2. Like Seth Burton is getting ready to come in after this over. Continue the commentary. You're impressed with, you said you didn't see too much, but Alzari bowled very, very well in the first test against Zimbabwe. He's really coming along leaps and bounds as Berridge in.
Yeah, as I say, I didn't see much of the match, you know, but I'm not surprised of what Alzari is doing. He's a hard worker, and I know him from youth, so I expect that he will continue to put in the hard work, especially now that the success is coming. You know, he had worked very hard. You know, there are times when he had his little issues, maybe, you know, either bowling too short or just bowling too full. So it was kind of either too full or too short. But now I think his variation is much better, and his line and length is much more consistent. So I'm not surprised of any success of the young man at this moment.
Berridge into Muhammad, who's covering up nicely, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, he's got a lot more variation, and of course that comes with experience. You know, he's a travelled cricketer these days.
Yeah, it comes with time, you know, and you know, the more you play, once you're serious about what you're doing, is the better your game going to be.
Very true. Berridge searching for the breakthrough for Leeward Islands Hurricanes. On his way now into Jason Muhammad, and this delivery takes the outer portion of the bat, goes between gully and backward point. Hayden Walsh Jr. gives chase, pulls it in just before the rope. They complete 2, and that completes the over. So at the end of the over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 74 for 2. Jason Muhammad is on 32. Darren Bravo is on 34. More words from President of the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, Mr. Kuma Rodney, and then you'll hear the voice of Seth Burton.
Yeah, as a fast bowler, you don't mind having the batters nicking off an edge or two. Notwithstanding that went down on the carpet, you always feel that as fast bowlers, when you have a batsman hitting off the edge, you always have that feeling that one will carry to the slips or the wicket keeper or the gully or just the close catches. You know? So I wouldn't think that Sheena should be feeling bad about that at all. You know, as fast bowlers, you always want to see the batter's edge getting nicked off.
Definitely, whether or not you'd prefer someone would be in place.
Yep.
But if not, at least it gives you a sense that you're doing something well And you just need to keep plugging away. Here is Cornwall continuing to plug away against Darren Bravo. He goes back and he cracks this through the covers. Will that be for a big effort in vain by the fielder coming off, in fact, the long off boundary? So Darren Bravo continuing to pile up some runs here. He moves up to 38. And TNT Red Force up to 78. Look at that. Just a trifle short. Not quite short. But his footwork is so efficient.
Yep.
And his placement is so precise because there was the cover in Powell and there is the point in Casey Carty, the cover point. And he was able to pace that field and even beat Archibald coming around from long off. Good batting on the part of Bravo.
I think that was a classical shot, just light on the feet, you know, and punching it through the gap there, giving himself just a slight little bit of room and hitting it really nice. Good shot.
He loves spin bowling. Cornwall has kept him a bit at sea because we saw him struggling a bit to determine whether to go horizontal or vertical. We saw a few anxious moments, but he has been able to weather the storm because of his massive experience and his natural gift as a batter.
Cornwall has kept so many batsmen at sea that
well, that's right.
I think that you know, Bravo just have to continue to paddle the canoe and hope that he can hang in there and continue to score some runs.
Jace Mohammed with the slip, leg slip, silly point, silly mid-off, and the forward shortly. We were speaking about your team in terms of the Antigua Barbuda team. We see in that team you have, we'll get back to that after this delivery. Cornwall comes into Mohammed and Mohammed covers up well. We see Raheem Cornwall as the captain. He has been going great guns. We see Kofi James, who is also out there. Hayden Walt Jr., he's also out there. So at least 3 players in the Leewards team. Here is dropped on the pad, and that may have been drifting down the leg side, but there was a definite shout. I would like to see that again on the replay, Kuma, because that one really came back and spun back sharply. Here is Mohammed going back on this occasion and cuts this one out to cover. Sheena Barrett fields, and they're coming through for the second run, and they've gotten it rather comfortably. So 3 of those players are out there. Diren Benter is in the Leeward setup. That's the wicket keeper. Kelvin Pittman would have been with the Patriots previously and would have been embraced by the Leewards. Tyrone Pacer Williams Jr., he was in the Leewards franchise last season but has not been retained. But I get excited as I see Isan Warner, Eloy Francis Jr., Javier Spencer, Glenton Williams, Kenrick Scott and Malik Walsh. I know Nino Henry's there, but he had been around the setup for a few years and did not really grab a hold of the opportunities. But I like to see those young players coming in. Only one I didn't have enough view of. I wouldn't call his name just to keep the balance right. But I would
He's
love
in
to
the
have
team. He's in the setup there.
He's in the setup.
And you didn't have
A good view of him.
You can call his name.
But no, it's okay. I'll keep it that way. Sometimes you get calls and
Well, you don't see it. You can't see everything set. So
That's right.
if you have a concern about that, you know. But as
no, I am not saying I have a concern. I'm just saying I have not had the opportunity of viewing him enough that I can make a definitive statement. But I must say that this is a solid team. Javier Spencer, that nice left arm seamer. Here is Sheena Barrett. This one, Bravo, just plays it so calm and relaxed in his approach. Malik Walsh, good selection. Kenrick Scott has been around for a while and won about 5 years ago. I told him, you need to make the Antigua side and make some definite stakes. I think he doesn't understand his talent. Elroy Francis Jr., part of the West Indies under 19 setup a few years ago. Isan Warner. In fact, those players I would have played a bit with them in another.
Ball.
Yes. And so we have that natural, but it has nothing to do with the personal. It has to do with the quality, of these players. So I'm excited about the team that I'm seeing. Here is Berich into, edge taken. Good catch by Jamal Hamilton. Jason Mohammed fell asleep a bit, standing straight and then played out sidey off stump. Sheena Berich strikes and breaks the partnership, a partnership that was really threatening to to really manhandle the Leewards. A partnership of what? 74 runs between Bravo and Jason Mohammed. Mohammed caught behind off the bowling of Berridge for 34, and a good wicket for the Leewards.
Well, as I would have just said not too long before, that you see, very good ball, and
Excellent catch.
Jason kind of seems to kind of get stuck on the crease.
That's right.
But if you think what I would have said just a while ago, where he would have gotten an edge, even though it went down on the carpet, and I think he got 2 runs down in the third man area, and I was saying, listen, it's in nothing at all is wrong with that, because fast bowlers, you want to see that edge, because at some point in time, you'll get an edge, nick off an edge that will go to the wicket keeper or to the slips or something like that. And I think that that proved to be true. And then he just came back now and see he just kind of stuck on the crease, just hung the bat a little bit, and a brilliant catch by John Hamilton. So the stickability of Richard Berridge to be bowling that.
I don't think Richard would like.
Richard, I'm so sorry. You never bowl fast in your life. So the stickability of Shino to be bowling that line, and knowing that you have 2 slips, a gully, a nice little outside field. That's good line and length, and he reap the rewards.
Yes, certainly. You like to see the edge of as a fast bowler.
Well, I wasn't really a fast bowler. I was okay enough.
I'm just speaking fast bowlers out.
Yeah, and that is something that I would have really liked, because you can feel that little setup there. You're just setting him up outside the off stump, and then he gets the one just a little bit close to him. Had him stuck on the crease and just hung the bat a little bit, and he's out caught.
Yes, so Berridge, now he has been given the support that he wants, the 3 slips and the gully. As Yannick Karai comes into face, gets a good one on the stumps. Good move on the part of Berridge. So Cornwall is at first slip. Terry Ward is at second. Looks like Bunsen Hodge at third. Then there is a gap between the third slip and the gully. Hayden Walt Jr. Casey Carty at point, backward point. Kofi James is at extra cover.
Those are the kind of things I like to see set to me. You just got Mohammed out, new batsman come in, bring a slip in, strengthen, give the bowler more confidence. I like that kind of a situation.
Sheena Berridge over the wicket to Yannick Karai. Good angle. Angling towards first slip, and the wicket keeper comes across. Also something I would love to comment on. It was a good catch by Hamilton, but also I think in the previous game against Jamaica, the between the slip and the wicket keeper, it wasn't set properly. So Hamilton could have made the dive without interfering with Cornwall. So that, I thought, made a difference. In the previous game, he actually dived across Cornwall on 2 occasions, resulting in catches not being taken.
Maybe they were just a little bit too close to each other, and sometimes that's happened, especially depends on the nature of the pitch. They will have to make the assessment. They're the one out there, and every time, no matter what you're doing in cricket, you have to assess, reassess.
Situation.
Set the situation. So maybe they're just a little bit close. Maybe they felt that the pitch wasn't carrying enough or something like that. And so, these things do happen.
So Yannick Carrier, one who would have had the opportunity of getting into the West Indies team in the white ball version. A good delivery, covers up well, the left-hander. So we have seen quite a bit of left-handers in the Trinidad and Tobago lineup. The 2 openers were left-handers. The 2 at the wicket are left-handers. So the only right-hander that would have faced would have been the man who was just dismissed, Jason Mohammed.
Well, I'm not really too worried about what style you bat once you stand up and bat, because that's what we want. We want people to stand up and bat and play long innings.
And the season is not a bad one. In fact, we have just had our 3rd centurion, Alec Athenes, the 24-year-old for the Windward Islands. He has gotten another 100.
Good young player. He has been showing good potential since about the under 15 level. I think I remember his name from just about the under 15
and under 19. Level. But now he had 2 centuries in the Super 50 right here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds, and now he has gotten 100 in the second game. So that shows a level of consistency which I think
that's what
is
I'm saying.
often lacking.
At least he's telling the selectors something, He's saying,
I can play both.
He's saying, I'm here, select me, And so when you have players like that performing, that's what you call select yourself. You know, if the selectors look around and, you know, don't want to give you the bly, well, unfortunately, you know, these things do happen when your fate lies in others' hands. I'm sure that Rakim Jimbo Connell will tell you that.
That's right. Keeps performing, but not being rewarded. That's something that we must keep to the fore. Justice must prevail here. Is Colin Archibald a good delivery? Bravo comes down on that. A bit of uncertainty in terms of the running between the wicket. Bravo was coming down the track, and I thought Carrier was drawn into believing there was a run, but Bravo called out quickly. So no run. I like the move now to reintroduce Archibald, but to bring him from the Sir Andy Roberts end, because Sheena Berridge has just gotten a wicket. The contest between Cornwall and Bravo remained even here and there, but now the opportunity with a new batter to reintroduce pace at both ends. Here is Colin Archibald to Bravo. Bravo comes forward, always looks to run, and a good old-fashioned cricketer in that context. The old-fashioned cricketers play the ball and they look to run, exploitory steps. These guys, most of them these days, they play and they're still in the crease.
Well, that, you know,
and that influences your capacity or ability to turn the strike over or not.
that's called new age cricket.
You couldn't put it any better. Kuma Rodney, Archibald with the two slips and the gully going down, left armour to Bravo. That one goes between the second slip and the third slip, or I may say fourth slip, into the boundary for 4. An unfortunate occurrence, because I was just going to say, why not have the 3 slips and the gully?
Yeah, well,
but in trying to compensate for the gully, you had a 4th slip and the ball went between them.
Well, as a batter, you need that kind of luck, you know. And, the most important thing that it went down on the carpet. So
well, you don't need to give Bravo that luck.
Well, you don't need to give any batsman that luck whatsoever. But at the end of the day, you know, it's ball versus bat, and these things are going to happen and will continue to happen. The horses bolted, and now they put the 3rd slip in.
Here is Archibald into Bravo. Bravo covers up and he comes forward, looks so correct and immaculate. I think a talent that West Indies would have missed at a critical stage of West Indies cricket.
I'm not sure. It's not can't comment. I mean, there are certain things that you choose not to talk about. But at the end of the day, I think when he took the break, you know, like anything, you know, you took a break and you just can't catch yourself again.
It takes a little
while.
time.
So, you know, I think that he has some level of responsibility too, you know. So
this time he hoists this one. Sheena Berridge chops it.
Oh.
You spoke about luck. That was unacceptable. He stayed on his haunches a bit too long, and then when he decided to go, had to take it low towards the ankle, flicked away down to back corner square. Sheena Berridge put it on the carpet. Colin Archibald would not be happy. He has been an unfortunate customer, and you could have heard the agony from the captain, the wicketkeeper, Jamal Hamilton, saying, come on, man. And I think he was napping, letting off the wrong man. Darren Bravo will be happy with that chance.
And at any level, you want those catches to be taken. He was coming in, so he had ample time to see the ball coming to him. Unfortunate, unacceptable.
Archibald, once again, on this occasion, to Carrier. Leaves the ball alone. Carrier remains on naught. Darren Bravo, fortunate to be still there on 45. TNT Red Force opted to bat this morning after we would have missed the entire first session due to wet conditions on the pitch here at the Sir Richards Cricket Stadium. They fought back well from a position of 8 for 2 to be 87 for 3, but momentarily it could have been 86 for 4.
Yeah, most definitely, and you really don't want to give a let off to someone like Bravo. He's known for being accomplished and an accomplished batsman, and when players like this get into certain groove and a certain level, playing at certain level, it's very hard to get them out after you would have given them an opportunity. Opportunity will always go begging, but when you see simple ones like those, you know, at this level, you know, you have to wonder why you want to let off a batsman like this at this time.
Well, Sheena Berridge, maybe he has a plan to get him out because he's the one coming into Bravo who left it outside the off stump.
Well, I'm sure his team will be much happy if you can get rid of him now, because just let him off, let him off, and then if he continues to make 100, I'm sure that we all will remember that drop catch from Courtney Brown up in Jamaica.
For
where he let
decades,
off
we have remembered that.
Steve Waugh, I think it was Steve Waugh,
It was Steve
And
Waugh. He
we
went
know what
on to
happened.
make a double.
We know what happened after
and we
that.
lost the Frank Wobble Trophy.
And for days and years,
Can't
we're
regain it.
still remembering that, So let's hope that it's not a situation like that we eventually get Bravo out and it doesn't really cost the Leewards anything too expensive. But at this level, you want to be taking those catches. We will and must accept that catches will be flowed in a cricket match.
Well, they would have to look back. Even the game against the Jamaica Scorpions, in the first innings, they put down 4 or 5 catches, and that could have made a huge difference. Good delivery from Sheena Berridge. Bravo comes forward a bit hurriedly, but he's a nonchalant, free-flowing player. So he would tell you it wasn't hurriedly, it was just, getting a bit quicker onto that one.
See, because I see cricket so much like life. Cricket to me is life. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have your downs, and you're going to have to have your up. For me, it's very much like life. It's just how well you get up from that fall. And Leewards would have fell a while ago by putting on that catch. Let's hope that Berridge can pick up that wicket.
Good delivery outside the off stump. Bravo shoulders, arms, playing a captain's knock. What I like about the TNT approach is that they are scoring at a relatively decent run rate, over 3.
Very much so, especially after losing early wickets. So the run rate is still very good for 4-day match. I think they're going by at 3.14.
Bravo leaves this one alone. Good thinking on his part. Good thinking on the Leewards captain as well.
And I think if Sheena is going to continue to bowl that line and length, I would definitely want to recommend, whether it's Bravo who is in for a while and strike, I would definitely want to see the number 3 slip in.
That's right.
Continue the pressure. Continue to if you're going to bowl that line, give it the level of support. Continue to have the 3 slips, whether Bravo or not. Continue to put the pressure on and probably draw them into the mistake. You get the edge and take it.
For instance, the fielder on the boundary at backward point, useless at this stage. Berridge comes into Bravo, leaves it alone outside the off stump. The over has been completed, a maiden over on the part of Sheena Berridge, Trinidad and Tobago, with Jason Mohammed going to Berridge at one stage.
I agree with you. The square cover boundary to me is not needed. That is going to be a one-time shot. How soon that will be, your guess can be as good as mine. But what I will say to you, notwithstanding that Bravo has been in for a while, right, and appears to be set, just remember that he also had an edge where the ball went down on the ground past the slip, and then the very next ball he was dropped on the boundary. So, and take into consideration that the other batsman just came in, so that also will put a little more pressure on Bravo to continue to bat as long as possible. So I will keep my 3 slips in with my 2 fast bowlers.
Colin Archibald comes in, a good delivery. Carrier plays it to Gully, and there is no run. So let's look back at let's look forward to the Leewards tournament. You said it would be 3 weeks in St. Kitts. How many teams would be?
At this moment, from what I see, six teams that's playing in the tournament. The way in which it's set up, everybody should play at least 3 matches. It's not a full everybody play, everybody be given circumstances. The tournament just coming back. And
Colin Archibald comes in. Good delivery, Carrier playing it out to mid-off, and there is no run. So you have St. Kitts Nevis, Antigua Barbuda, Montserrat,
St. Martin
and Anguilla.
Yeah.
So the Virgin Islands are no longer playing in the setup.
Not in this tournament. And as you recognize that the tournament has not been played for a while at this long version. So there's a lot of things that still need to be done. People need to continue to get time off, and
I'll speak to you on something. Oh, good delivery. That was just going down the leg side. May have taken the edge. Good one from Archibald Carrier. Came down on it. And leg by signal by the umpire. So that was trained just down the leg side. Yorker length delivery. An idea I raised a few years ago with Sir Richie Richardson. At that time, he was the manager of the West Indies team. And it was regarding the concern of Leewards, Windwards cricket that I thought that those could have been embraced at a greater level by CWI, at that time West Indies Cricket Board. We'll get back to that discussion as Colin Archibald comes into Bravo. Bravo leaves it alone. The ball continues to go through. My idea was, at that time, I think both boards, well, I could speak for the Leewards because I'm from the Leewards, that there was financial challenges with teams not being able to come together. And I said it would have been good for CWI to undertake that as, in collaboration with the boards, allowing it as a sort of second division. So you'd have had the Leewards and the Windwards players. People would be monitored for selection. I'm not finished. I'll get back to that. As Archibald to Bravo. Bravo comes across and just nudges it down to fine leg. Sheena Berich, the man who put him down 2 overs before, fields, and there is no one. So the thought also, there may have been players in off-season in franchises for the West Indies. There may have been players between a tour. So each team within the ranks had the opportunity to pick a few of those players. So it would have brought on a semblance of, integration, and also a semblance of opportunity for it to be given greater recognition than just the sub-regional boards who manage that. We'll get back to that. Good delivery. And Carrier working it down in a similar position to which Bravo worked that one, but with less composure and calm. And Berich fielding. That completes over number 29. It's 90 for 3. Bravo is on 46. And Carrier, the man who is not out, is on 1. Just got off the mark. Jason Mohammed had scored 34. Looked relatively good. Jeremiah Louis 2 for 17. And Sheena Berich 1 for 26. The wicket takers for the Leewards.
Yeah, well, good going so far by both teams. I think the game still hanging in the balance. But given the ideas set, there's always a lot of ideas. And I know that at one point in time, Leewards had some discussion with Windwards where the two or three top teams would have been playing against each other. At that time, I think that there was some level of interest by the Eastern Caribbean Development Bank to be some sort of sponsor in that tournament. Nevertheless, COVID came in and dampened a lot of stuff. But at the same time, too, let us remember these days, no matter what ideas you have, if you can't find a way to get the finances to make it happen, then it's just a thought wasted. It's very easy for us to sit here and say a lot of things, but then I think one of the most challenging things these days is to find the finance. If you even bring governments on board, a lot of governments, they find a lot of money to do other things, but I think that we all can agree that we see too many times that sports suffers, and maybe
or being placed on the back burner.
Or placed on the back burner, and maybe the time has come for us to really see, better financial support from the governments to these kind of ideas, because let us agree that government has given support at the international level where, international matches and so forth, but at this level, maybe, better things can be done. But again, as I say, talk is very easy to do, and you got to show us the way to get the finances.
Berich to Carrier. Carrier comes forward, plays the ball out to Kofi James, who fields, and there is no run after this over. Kuma Rodney will be replaced by Sylvester Joseph. Good to see Kofi James in the lineup. In fact, I thought he could be one who could have been brought into the attack. I can't say an unknown entity because
I don't think we've seen Hayden Walsh as yet.
No, in fact, I would tell you the truth. When I went to the back on my last break, I asked, where is Hayden? We have not seen Hayden. We have not, perhaps too many resources at their disposal. Sheena Berich on his second spell. Carrier works it down to Colin Archibald, who comes off the fine leg boundary fields, and just a single. So the options available for the Leewards. I would have loved to see Hayden Walsh Jr. tossing that ball up as he did at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I would
Yes,
love to see him
yes,
bowling
when you
against
have-
Bravo.
yeah, when you have that caliber of
And-
bowler,
Yes.
you know, you want to give them an opportunity, especially with the harder ball, you know, and see what can happen. I think the game kind of hang in the balance now. Trinidad has fought back very nicely with Bravo and Mohammed, who lost his wicket early on, but it's a good fight, good to see for West Indies cricket.
Chino Berich over the wicket to Bravo. He drives, flowing drive. That will be 4. Lovely shot. Brings up his half century. Just walked into that and he hammered it to the left of Casey Carty. Jeremiah Louis just has gone back to retrieve. Good to see the Trinidad and Tobago captain bringing up his
50.
half century. 7 fours and 1 6.
And as we will say in the past, from the time that leaves the bat, you know that it's a boundary. Very good shot, and good to see Bravo bringing up his 50 after 74 balls, fighting for the TNT Red Force. Leewards will just have to continue to fight and stay focused. You know, stick to your plan.
Sheena Berich, how would he respond? 97 for 3. Bravo leaves this one alone, but that was a better delivery. Closer to the body. Shoulder arm. The over has been completed. Thank you, Kuma, for your insight. Thank you for your updates in terms of the Leeward Islands tournament, in terms of the Antigua Barbuda team, and it's always
Yes,
a
thank
pleasure.
you very much, and hope that everyone will in St. Kitts will come out and give some support to the Leeward Islands tournament, and obviously I'm sure that everybody else will be listening and following the scores accordingly. Thank you very much.
So Sylvester Joseph will be looking on, and after an over with Sylvester Joseph and myself, Telly Liraji would take over as we continue to bring you live. We're delighted to have joined the folks all over. We trust that you have been understanding the fact that the entire session was not played. I know I saw the chats online, what's going on, what's happening. But you know you're not all in control of nature and the technical and administrative matters that may involve in terms of the preparation. So we are only carriers of the message. Here is Colin Archibald, driven by Carey. Good feeling, and you see the 2 hats flying off the head of Casey Carty, his broad rim white hat and his cap, wearing the cap on top of the broad rim hat. Wants to have both at his disposal.
I wonder why. Good
Perhaps.
afternoon again, said.
Perhaps he's thinking, having watched the beauty of Darren Bravo with stroke play, he's thinking perhaps he could get a double century. So he has one on.
So one represents the
Sim-
century.
That could well be. Here is Colin Archibald. Oh, knocked down nicely by Hayden Walt Jr. Carrier was a bit lazy on that. Waited until the ball would have almost passed him to play that stroke. Darren Bravo recognized him, coming down and speaking to him. It was really clearly a scoring opportunity.
I thought it was a single, but Bravo opted not to, run after the misfield. Maybe he saw Hayden Watts Jr.
Yes, you're not going to take a chance.
Well,
There's some feelers in cricket. When you see the ball go near them, you think not just twice but thrice.
yeah, precisely.
Whether or not they would have fielded cleanly, whether or not it would have been a misfield, the capacity to recover and to rifle the ball may have influenced that. 3 slips are waiting. Colin Archibald comes into Karai. Karai goes back and he cracks this one. This will be the boundary. This is the boundary ball out towards the point boundary for 4. He will be happy with that stroke. And Darren Bravo himself will be happy. The 100 comes up for the Red Force through a spanking square drive from Yannick Carrier, and TNT Red Force 101 for 3.
I guess Colin Archibald didn't like to see the shot before because
Neither did
that
I.
one, yeah, but that one was basically same area, same line, same length, and Carrier took the opportunity to free up his hands and get a beautiful shot there to cover.
Polished shot. Will be more confident going forward. This time he pulls this one forward of square for another one. Carrier is getting on fire. Colin Archibald giving some freebies.
Well, you say they haven't seen any short ball in the first. Well, you saw one. Well, you saw another one there. At least attempted one. McCawie
I
was
saw
equal to
one,
the
but it
task.
was a lazy short ball.
That one was a good shot, though.
Yes, it was really a good shot. He was in position rather quickly. Just went back and hammered it. No
But I think-
question about that.
As I told Terry earlier, I think this pitch at this time, suits the Trinidadians a lot because of the nature of their surfaces back home. The ball is not really coming on it's nicely, without any pace. And in Trinidad, the pitches are similar.
In fact, I have a little surprise for you on that. That was a good bouncer. He was trying to tug it down, and that one took high up on the bat. I had the opportunity of playing quite a bit in Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, I played more of this type of cricket there during my college years, and that was one of the struggles. In fact, they have carpet, a sort of
Martin. Yeah,
on most of the strip. The only time I remember bowling on strips, and that time it's not spin bowling. I used to give them the fast stuff. The big challenge, the best pitches.
You had that fast stuff?
Trust me, you need to speak to a mini Hungry Walsh.
I know you have a nephew. He used to go to grammar school.
Yeah, he's slower than me at that age.
Yeah?
I'm telling you the truth.
He had some pace.
So, but here was the problem. You may be going and playing on Matian, but there was a place named Toko or Komana. That's the area where Ian Bishop is from, and perhaps that's why he emerged.
As a
in an
fast bowler.
area, yes.
No.
And that had a good pitch with some nice black soil. I can tell you many stories, but I used to play for that team.
To be continued. We have a lot of time.
And
We have a lot of time.
would have given you some encouragement. But
yeah.
otherwise, it's some slow matting stuff that you could just stand up and watch the ball over your head when you're batting the fast.
So were you a fast bowler only in Trinidad? Because I never heard about no fast bowling set in Antigua.
No, I changed that completely.
When you come back home?
Yes.
Oh, you know it goes. In Trinidad,
Anyway.
in Trinidad you can be a fast bowler, but in Antigua you'll be a lollipop.
Here is Terry Laraji will join you, but TNT, they have stormed back well. And Darren Bravo, he is set. And Sylvester Joseph and Terry Laraji will carry through.
Well, Darren Bravo, you're taking up the mantle of leadership, both in the batting and the captaincy. And, the Red Force needed someone, of his caliber to really give them an opportunity here to build innings and to give some respectability to the total after, the 2 early wickets. Terry, the captain, and Jason Mohammed had a little partnership. And then, so the captain continues with a magnificent half century so far. So welcome back.
Thank you, Sylvester, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers. Yes, a good half century by Darren Bravo, but Leewards had their chance of removing him on 44. It was dropped by Shino Berridge off the bowling of Colin Archibald. Hopefully the Leewards won't rue it like they rued their chances that they missed in the first round. And I believe Barbados rolled Jamaica for 140 today in their first innings at Coolidge. As Hayden Walsh Jr. comes into the attack, and that one's turned backward a square by Bravo, but no run, so he's on 50. Yannick Correa is on 12, 105 for 3. Walsh Jr. in again, and that one's flighted delivery, turning down the leg side through to Hamilton, and there's no run.
You wanted the boom in that delivery.
He did, didn't he?
That
Yeah.
ball is right there to get a good sweep, but Bravo opted to just watch it go by.
Walsh Jr. in again. To this one, he's giving himself room, but can't get it through the cover region. Alec Artenez scoring a century. They made him captain this year of Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Talented player.
Yes, to give him a bit more responsibility, and after losing a few early wickets, they've hit back well to be 230 odd for 6 at tea, with Artenez unbeaten on 111.
There was a nice leggy there by Hayden Walsh Jr. Nice bounce and turn, but well read there by the captain, Bravo. He grew up, on spinners.
I was going to say he generally plays spin well, no? Hayden Walsh bowling with a slip and a short leg.
But the catching for the Leeward Islands Hurricane has been a disaster so far
has.
from the one game and this little that we have seen so far.
Yes, they've put down far too many, and none of them have been really that difficult. You wouldn't say that they would have expected to catch them, but over completed, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after winning the toss and opting to bat.
Trinidad won the
105
toss.
for 3. Yeah, yeah.
It's quite surprising that
Exactly, yeah.
you
'cause
know,
we
after delayed start and basically the first session washed out, you won the toss. But it seems like the game should have started, you know, even in the first session, because normally if the pitch is of such concern, the toss, you know, winning the toss will insert the opposition. But as I mentioned, allude to earlier, that I think the condition of this pitch at this time is really suitable to the Trinidadian, to the Trinidad and
batsman.
Red Force. Yeah, yeah.
You see a slow pitch here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Cornwall start a new over from the Sir Andy Roberts end. The bowling to Correa tries to force that through the extra cover region, well fielded by Kieran Powell, and there's no run. 105 for 3. We're in over number 33 as Cornwall in again to Correa. Defends that nicely.
And the Leeward Islands would want to get Correa out, you know, because, you know, basically from what we have seen, him and Hayden Walsh Jr. vying for for a position in the Test TB, took over from Hayden Walsh in the one days, and he gave a good account of himself. So, you know, in a situation like this, you wouldn't want him to get any score, even get any wickets against your team. You know, so they should be sharp, looking for it, and a good opportunity here for them to make this partnership with the big man who coming off of a good bowling game. A matter of fact, a good game for the Leeward Islands, the big
Excellent
Rocking
game.
Cornwall.
Yes, yeah. 29 and 85 and 5 for 54 and 5 for 41 to give him match figures of 10 for 95. Should have hold the Hurricanes to victory with a couple of late drop catches, costing them, with Jamaica holding on 9 down. And I see our friend Man Singh, even though they only made 140 today, he made 27. So
He was amongst
continuing his form.
Yeah, he was amongst the performers again, and trying to. Yeah, but you can look at him, man. Anyone that looks at him sees that he's a different player compared to what they have in terms of the bowling attack.
True.
You know, so it was, as I said, it was baffling to see why he wasn't in the first choice. But nevertheless, you know, you stay faithful and stay patient and work hard. Your opportunity will come, and when that opportunity comes, you have to grab hold of it, and credit must be given to Manson for doing so.
Most definitely. Had an excellent game, and is the reason, and that's just dropped short of James there in at short leg. First delivery of a new over from Hayden Walsh Jr. Coming forward was Darren Bravo, took the inner portion of the bat and just dropped short.
One of the things over the years that I sometimes think about is that, you know, the Guyanese and the Trinidadians, they go up. A short one that is pulled deep there by Darren Bravo. But what I say, they go up on slow bowling, spin bowling,
right.
All different types of spin bowling. But sometimes when they play in the regional, they do well, but in terms of dominating the spin, only a person like Brian Lauer you see that will dominate the spin.
Right.
You know, when you check over the years, like Rocking Cornwall is one of the top, if not the top spin bowler in the Caribbean. You know, he gives them problem all of the time. If you go up and spin, like we go up on pace bowling, you know, and when we get going, you know, we take on the paces. But when it's baffling to me for a number of years when I look at it. I say, how is it that they, you know, go up in that and still the spin giving them so much trouble?
Do you put that down to, Sylvester, I mean, you make an excellent point, but do you put that down to players just doing enough rather than really trying to enhance their game in certain areas?
Well, it can be, yeah, it definitely can be like that. But more so maybe it's a mindset.
Right,
You know,
right.
you have to have that positive mindset. The shot there in Bravo. Bravo looks so, you know, he looks so
Easy, no?
accomplished. It's a pity that he's not in Zimbabwe, you know, a part of the
Definitely.
West Indies setup. When you look at everything, you see him. And it's no fault of the selectors. Many may say that this and that. They picked him back for a few tours and he opted for personal reason, whatever that
Yep,
is. And then,
yep.
you know, given the opportunity again, and he never really looked the part, to be honest. The last couple of chances that he got, he never really looked the part.
No,
You know,
no, he didn't. But surely he must be thinking now that with the state of the West Indies Test side, top and middle order, like apart from the two openers, I mean, 3 down to 7, say, plenty of room for him. It's up to him because we all know he's got the talent
Well,
and
he has
everything,
to-
but whether he wants it back enough, yeah.
Yeah, in a situation, I think for him,
That's sloppy again by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Giving away an extra run there for nothing. As the return, the batsman hadn't moved. The return came flying back to Hamilton, who missed it. But that is tea here on day 1 of the West Indies Championship 4-day match between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the home side Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And after we lost the first session due to a couple of wet spots on the pitch, well underway after lunch, and in that session 34 overs were bowled, a minimum of 75 overs we've got lined up for today. Trinidad and Tobago on winning the toss and opting to bat go to tea on 108 for 3, with captain Darren Bravo on 52 and Yannick Correa on 13. So Trinidad and Tobago 108 for 3 at tea. We'll take a short break and be back with you in about 15 minutes for the final session.
Welcome back to the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds here in North Sound, Antigua and Barbuda, and we're in day one of the second round match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. In fact, you would have had the news that this morning we missed the entire first session of play due to wetness on the pitch. And the news is that after tea, we have also, due to a sharp shower, the umpires have agreed to deduct a further 6 overs from the day's play. That will tell you initially we had 75 overs for the day's play after we'd have lost the first session. So with a further 6 be deducted, it simply means that we would have just, 35 overs to go to complete the day's play, and it will be action with TNT Red Force, who won the toss and decided to bat 109 for 3 of 34 overs. And they have done that mainly through the excellent batting of Darren Bravo, who went in on 52 from 84 deliveries. And Darren Bravo, he has batted so well. The only fault in his batting was that drop catch down to the fielder on the square leg boundary, Sheena Berridge, who put him down before he got to his half century, and that was a real bad miss, an easy catch. But otherwise, it has been a flawless innings. Came in for a little challenge from Rakeem Cornwall, a good battle between both. He struck a few 4s. But Darren Bravo is well entrenched, and he had been joined by Yannick Carrier, who in fact is on 14, but also replaced Jason Mohammed after he would have shared in a good half-century stand with Darren Bravo. With me is Sylvester Joseph. Sylvester, pretty much a good day's play, but I don't want to say being spoiled by rain, but you'd always like rain anytime. But when there is cricket, there is rain. When there is rain, there is wetness. And this game, the only thing would have been affected by rain somewhat.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon again, and hopefully that we get a good session here. 35 overs. That seems like a lot of overs set. What time is the cutoff time? You have any idea?
Well, it's usually 5, but if the umpires are saying another 35 overs, and we are reckoning that we usually have 15 overs per hour. It is now 3:15. Therefore, we're looking.
3:15.
Well, you help me out there, Sylvester
We
Joseph.
have 5 minutes to 4.
5 minutes to 4. So what? Are we looking after 6?
That's what if it's 35 overs. Yeah, that's what the case. 2 hours, 35 overs now only about 2 hours and a bit.
It would be interesting to see if they would use the unnatural light, because it gets dark pretty much here. In fact, the sun sets just about 6 o'clock. Perhaps they're taking into consideration that Leewards have had a heavy spin diet. We saw spin since the 11th over.
I think it's 5:30 is the latest they can go. I'm not sure. I think so. Stand to be corrected. But remember that they can start early in the morning as well, maybe 9:30. So
That's right.
try
They
to
have
make up
that
some
option.
time. Yeah, so that's an hour. If you're half an hour after and then half an hour before, that's an hour. And on the third day, I think they will do the same. So
Those are conjecture. Rakeem Cornwall, the big guy, started promptly after the break. Cornwall has been bowling well, has not had any success in this match. Had a nice little battle with Darren Bravo. He has none for 23. The wicket takers being Louis 2 and Berich 1. What would you do? Would you continue with the spinners, or it looks like Jeremiah Louis is going to come into the attack?
Well, I mean, the fast bowlers got the wicket, so obviously you need to get them out as quickly as possible and break this partnership. So you give yourself the best option, and if your fast bowlers are the ones are taking the wicket so far, you give them that opportunity. So maybe a spin and a pace.
Well, they've tried much. Sheena Berich and Louis did start. Louis had 2 wickets pretty early, and that did set back the TNT Red Force at 8 for 2. Salonzo and Simmons, Keegan Simmons, they went pretty early. And then Louis came off. Then we saw Berich coming back and taking the wicket of Jason Mohammed, who shared in a good 3rd wicket stand of 72 with Darren Bravo. Since then, we have not seen any success, but we have seen a combination of pace and spin. And then just before the tea break, we saw Louis' first delivery, not a bad one. Before the tea break, we saw a combination of Raheem Cornwall and Hayden Wall Jr., where we have seen a twin spin combination. So if you have just joined us, the news is that the weather, or wet pitch, maybe a better description, would have caused the loss of at least 21 overs in the day's play. And the 35 projected, we are not even sure if you'd get in 30. Oh, wrapped on the pad, Louis, but I think it was a bit high. There was Bravo shuffling across, and he would have been in some danger, angling for the ball to go across him, but that one came back. The danger of Louis. Yes, it may have just been a bit high above the knee roll. That may have saved him.
Yeah, probably.
Or you reckon that it's not that high?
That looked a bit tight. Probably we can see it again, but that looks a bit tight. Yeah, I would say maybe missing the off stump as well. It looks dangerous because he didn't really play a shot, but it seemed like he was missing the off stump too. A bit high, a lot of doubt. So I give the umpires the benefit.
Not a good reply. Well, not.
And the rain is back with us.
The rain is back with us. So if you have just joined us, we have lost 21 overs of the day's play due to rain the entire first session. And without a run being scored, say only 1 over and 2 deliveries being bowled, 3 deliveries being bowled. Since the resumption, it is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 109 for 3. Sylvester Joseph, it's the weather, and we'll have a break in our coverage until the weather is cleared. So we're back here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds here in North Sound, and you see the signal that play will resume. We just had another break of an over and 3 balls, and then we were off for another 10 minutes. So the umpire, Sylvester Joseph, intended to go up to 6 based on the official information we have had. It would be interesting to see if we have any other interruptions. We have had about 3 for the day, apart from the late start. So here is Jeremiah Louis. And Bravo shoulders arms, allows the ball to go through. It is a bit of cat and mouse. And Terry Liraji, who will come in shortly, will tell you more about the mouse part.
So you will let the people know about the cat part.
Yes, the cat has been the rain, chasing the players off. That's the mouse.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. Said, especially as a batter, stopping, starting. There is no rhythm, no momentum.
Louis. And the bowlers often can preserve a little energy and can go in and have a discussion.
Well, yeah, I mean the bowlers they are supposed to be fresh because they've been in and out, and 5 overs for Louis, and I think about the same for Colin Archibald and Sheena Berridge. So they haven't really done any hard work, so to speak. They've picked up a few wickets, 3 to be exact, amongst them.
Well, the fast bowlers, they have been used sparingly by Captain Jamal Hamilton. Louis completing his over. 2 for 17 for him from 6. Berridge 1 for 33. He had 10. Raheem Cornwall also had 10 without any success, none for 23. Colin Archibald, none for 30 from his 8. Hayden Walsh only 2, and he surprised the only 2 overs for 4 runs.
Well, he hasn't really been much overs bowled. Raheem Cornwall will get his quota. He's the main, the first choice. So whatever left, you have Hayden Walsh to come in and do his bit. But
Thank you.
probably he's on the bowl too. In the first game as well, he thought that he would have gotten a few more overs, and at one point, if I can remember, maybe he bowled too much in that spell as well. so it kind of balanced.
It's a tricky
off.
situation
Yeah.
for the captain. So Cornwall with the slip and the forward short leg, silly mid off. Going back and cutting at that carrier. Almost had an on the edge. You heard the agony from the captain, Jamal Hamilton. So a closed-in field being set here. Not a good one.
Come in, Jim.
Mid on, mid off, deep. Cover, extra cover, backward point. Forward short leg. Goes down the track, straight to Powell on the ground. Powell stops.
None there.
Good positive shot.
Yes, Jim.
I think we need to see some more of this cricket in the West Indies. You need to see the batters taking more initiative and being a lot more positive. Just staying there, blocking, waiting on the bad ball.
Yes, oh,
You have to create. These are the times when you create scoring opportunities. Your skill set should be at such level that you can rotate the strike. Too often now, even in a test match, the same, basically the same principle what we have seen over here. You're batting, and then you end up in the end losing or not winning because of you don't have enough time.
Not taking the scoring opportunities when you should have. And your point has been borne out. The run rate for TNT has dropped from about 3.5 down now to 2.97. So it's significant.
Good line there?
Maybe good line, yes, good line. But you can be. The batters used to hit him off the line.
Yeah, you got to find ways to score. I mean, you look at the field. There are 2 ways that you.
Oh, catch him!
There's two ways that you can rotate the strike when you're batting against the spin. Is either you trip down the wicket or you do your sweep, whether reverse sweep or
That's
the conventional sweep. So you have to find ways to apply your skills and rotate the strike. And I was telling Terry earlier, I mean, growing up in Guyana, Trinidad, they're known for spin bowling. You know, in the
So they should be at home at
yeah,
the spinners.
in the Leeward Island in Barbados, when it comes to fast bowling, you know, these guys will tear fast bowlers apart, even if you're not bowling well. Sometimes you bowl well, and these guys just, you know, but you don't see the dominance from these batters from those territories often enough.
Knowing that
Knowing that that is supposed to be
their
their comfort
diet.
zone, yeah. But
Interesting observation.
yeah, it should.
Darren Bravo has batted well, remarkably well, but he has not taken much of the risk, even to the spinners. Had a few fours. I knew he took a liking for Sheena Berich, 4 and 6.
He has a lot of boundaries. If you check his scores, you know, he's 52, but he has a few boundaries and a 6.
Yes, at least
involved.
7.
So in terms of rotating the strike for the singles and twos, you can look at it and see.
Has not
you know,
gotten many of those.
No. But you want to see that. I think that's a cry. That's a cry to the Caribbean, you know, and the wider world where Caribbean people reside at the moment. That, you know, the batting is not really showing any dominance and looking. Are they not even looking like they're progressing? You know, it's just the same old. You need to see something different. Not slugging, you know, but
Rotation, strike
yeah,
rotation,
you need it.
use of the soft hands versus the harder hands. So all that is in play.
Jeremiah Louis is operating nicely. He's bowling that consistent line and just outside the off stump, and, you know, just containing Bravo a bit there.
Well, if you're not getting the wicket, Curtly Ambrose would say don't let them score against you. So perhaps Louis is employing that ploy, though he has not shown that in terms of accuracy. He has gotten the 2 wickets, but he has been a bit all over the place, wide outside the off stump, a bit wayward at times. But the odd delivery coming back into the left hand, I think, would have been the one that on one occasion had Salonzo dismissed, and one had Bravo in a bit of trouble just before the last break. This time he's down the leg side. Needs to have that radar right.
That's the one that he tries to, you know, bowl straight or come back. Bring it back a bit. But the way, as you said, wasn't at the best. It seems like the groundsmen are preparing for another.
Well, I heard Jamal Hamilton said 1 for the rain, boys. Or perhaps he's begging for a wicket before the rain breaks. But the sun is shining brightly. It's coming from the western side. I don't see any threat of rain, but sometimes you're in these buildings, you can't sense it. Good delivery. That one was well played by Bravo. That one was straight on stumps, and he was able to block it. The over has been completed. Terry Laraji would tell you about the cat and mouse story as Trinidad and Tobago on the back of Darren Bravo. It's 52, 109 for 3.
Yeah, and a very crucial partnership here building. These two are international players, and they would understand the situation that before them. That this is a partnership that the Red Force really needs, you know, to get off to a good total. So Jimbo Cornwall and Jeremiah Louis both are doing a fantastic job so far for the Leeward in terms of containing them.
Yes, good afternoon, Sylvester, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners wherever you are around the region and around the world. Cornwall starts a new over to Karaya, zone 14, showing plenty of stubbornness out there with his captain Darren Bravo.
Barney. Yes, Barney.
109 for 3 as the ground staff are hovering again with covers in hand, so we might have
Let's go, Barney.
yet another disruption to this first day's play here.
Let's go, brother. Hey, what you do? Oh, God.
And bit of discussion going on out in the middle.
Let's go. Come back. Come back. Come in, boys. Come in, boys. Let's walk. Let's walk.
The wind has picked up and it looks like the umpires are going to bring the ground staff onto the ground with the covers. So unfortunately another break in play here in this final session today between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in this round 2 clash, the West Indies 4-day championship. And we're going to have another rain delay. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and opting to bat first. Of course, we already lost the first session due to a wet pitch. And then there was a delay during the tea break. Came back for 3 deliveries. There was another delay because of rain, and now the rain has returned here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. So we will take a break with Trinidad and Tobago in their first innings on 109 for 3. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium here in Antigua for continuation of play in the final session after a rain break between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The players just making their way back onto the ground. I can tell you it's brilliant sunshine here now and pretty much clear blue skies, so hopefully we'll be all right for the remainder of the day. We're going through to 6 p.m. local time, which gives us about another hour and 10 minutes of play. And Trinidad and Tobago, in their first innings after winning the toss and electing to bat, are 109 for 3. Captain Darren Bravo on 52, and Yannick Correa is on 14. And Rakim Cornwall, just prior to the last rain break, had bowled 2 deliveries in his 12th over. Here's the figures of no wicket for 23. As I welcome back Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Good afternoon, Sylvester.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Terry. Good afternoon to the viewers. And hopefully this time around that we will have a more lengthy, lengthy play. We have seen so far 38.2 overs. That's just over, what, 2 hours of play through the whole day, you know, so it's frustrating. And it
Cornwall into Correa, and Correa hits that to cover, and there's no run.
You should know that cover fielder by now. He has 2 hats.
He has 2 hats all day, eh?
That's say the one is a double century. 1 hat represents the century.
Oh, and it's past both of them this time. Both fielders are diving across to stop that, but they complete 2 of that. So
That's
1 for 3.
That's well placed there by Correa. Good shot. Another shot delivery outside the off stump, and Correa find the gap this time around. The first one he hit it straight to Casey Carter cover.
Sweeping this time, and sweeping well past the backward point down to the boundary, 4 runs. So Yannick Correa has started well after the rain break. He moves on to 14. Partnership is worth 33. In fact, Correa has gone on to 20, I should say. Partnership worth 33, and the score 115 for 3. Cornwall from the Sir Andy Roberts end tosses that one up, and Correa just plays it down to backward point to complete Cornwall's over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 115 for 3 with Bravo on 52 and Correa on 20.
Yeah, you would think that the batters, you know, especially would want to get a full flow, but the weather is not permitting them to really get in the groove. You know, Darren Bravo is there, looked really good this post lunch and showed his innings, but you see 52 from 96 deliveries. The balls are mounting up because I guess it's the rhythm. And this on and off, but look bright and
sunny now.
Sunny now. Looks like we're gonna get at least a good hour. So hopefully that they can get into a flow, and that's for the Red Force. But you know the Leewards Hurricanes will want to break this partnership because Yannick Correa, he has been a consistent performer for the Red Force over the years, you know, and he's one that cherishes his batting.
Louis taking up the attack from the commentary box of Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. Balls that delivery round the wicket to the left-handed Bravo, who just lets it go through to keeper Hamilton, and there's no run. Jeremiah Louis got the initial 2 breakthroughs this morning of the 2 left-handed openers in Keegan Simmons and Jeremy Solizano. And he's into his 8th over. He's got figures of 2 for 17 as he runs away from us now into Bravo. And Bravo again just shoulders arms, lets that through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yeah, it's always hard for batsmen to start and then having to stop and start again with the rain breaks and the normal intervals throughout the day. Give themselves a couple of sighters to get back into the groove, as you say, Sylvester.
Yeah, and it's disappointing in terms of his two faults and the rain came, but I think the most interesting thing is that it seems like the covers have a leak on it, and they're not rectifying that. So even though every time the rain comes, it's always going to be a stoppage because the same spot, the same area on the pitch gets wet. So that is also hampering the game from really progressing, because you have the sunshine is out, the outfield is good.
Yes.
It's just that when you have to wait and that area on the pitch to dry a bit.
Full delivery by Jeremiah Louis. Tices Bravo down on one knee into the drive. Misses, almost takes the edge, but no luck there for Louis. Score remains on 115 for 3. Yes, and it was a couple of wet spots that Sylvester is referring to that delayed the start of play. We didn't start until after the luncheon interval at 12:40 p.m. local time, as Louis in again to Bravo. And Bravo covering up nicely, just defends that back to the bowler. And there is no run. Bowling with 2 slips, a gully, and he's got a cover and a short extra cover mid-off. He's got a deep backward point, and on the onside, mid-wicket and fine leg. As he turns to run into Bravo, coming over the wicket for this delivery, and angles across Bravo, who's happy to let it go to complete the over. So at the end of Louis' over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 115 for 3. Darren Bravo is on 52 and Yannick Correa is on 20.
Yeah, good quiet period so far by trying to get back the momentum. Leewards would hope that one of these bowlers can nick one, especially if it's Bravo. They would really look forward for having the wicket of Darren Bravo, danger man. Looks like he is in good form. Do you think if he has a good series that he can get back in the West Indies team?
Yeah, that's what we were discussing before, is Cornwall starts a new over to Correa, and Correa crosses this nicely down towards the third man boundary, picks up another couple of runs. He goes on to 22, score 117 for 3. Yeah, looking at the middle order of West Indies at this present time, I feel for certain that if he has a good West Indies championship, a strong West Indies championship, then he can certainly catch the selector's eye once again. But as we say, how much it wants at this one, attempted sweep was gone in the air, and a simple catch put down again at square leg by Shino Berridge. That's the second one he's dropped today. That one, I don't think he laid a glove on it. It was a dolly of a catch. Attempted sweep by Yannick Correa, caught the top edge of the bat and just lobbed in the air. Stuart Berridge at backwards square leg. I don't think he touched it.
That was awful.
That was awful indeed.
The only thing in this drive that was awful. That was awful.
The catching hasn't
not at this
been
level here.
good.
Not at this level here.
No, not at any level.
That's a top edge. That's a top edge. Right there, you don't have to go far. There's a few steps there, right? And he didn't even lay hands on it. Probably he needs to go to, I have a good friend at iMobile named Byron. My good friend Byron. Maybe he needs to go check his eyes.
Make an appointment.
That is awful. And the catching woes for
catching
the
woes
Hurricanes
continues. Yeah, they dropped some dollies in the first round at Coolidge, and now 2 today. They dropped Bravo, Shino Berridge also dropping Bravo on 44.
Some crucial catches, man. It's it's disheartening, you know, even for the fielders, bowlers. It just kills the momentum for the team.
And the spirit, no?
Yeah, yeah, man. That you can't be dropping these catches at this
No,
level, man. Come
not
on.
catches like that. The silly mid-off has come into play now for Darren Bravo. Still there on 52 of 104 deliveries. There's Cornwall into him again, and that one takes the pad, I think, going down leg side, just trying to turn it around the corner. They go through for a single. And yes, that was a leg by. So the score goes up by 119 for 3. Yes, different if they're tough chances and fielder makes a great effort, you know, nothing wrong with that. But the catches that they put down both this afternoon, the Leewards, and in the first round, that one takes the leading edge off Karaya's bat again, but evades the slip fieldsman to complete Cornwall's over. So at the end of an eventful over where he should have had the wicket of Yannick Karaya, he doesn't. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 119 for 3. Karaya on 23. Bravo on 52.
Yeah, that's the last two deliveries are better. I think it's a better length, you know, bringing Karaya forward. Those deliveries before, I think the length was a bit short, and has a lot of time to go back and, you know, run it down to third man or cut it to the offside. But, you know, bringing him forward, that is what he needs, so you can get, you know, some bounce and turn. The length was good, but Sheena Berridge, you can see that he wished that there's a hole that he can go into, but now is not the time.
No.
No, you got to lift yourself
you got to
up.
move on. Forget about it. It's gone now as Louis starts a new over into Bravo, and that one, natural angle taking it across the left-hander. He leaves it alone through to keeper, and there is no run. Yes, he looks very despondent, very disheartened out there, but he needs to just put it behind him, get on with it, and make sure he takes the next one.
He has to, because if he keep this body language and mindset, he's going
He'll drop it again.
And this field, you know, you gotta build yourself, lift yourself up. That is the only way you can go. He can't go no lower than that.
No,
I don't think he can any lower than that. If he goes any lower than that, he should get himself off the field. So you have to build yourself up and make amends. You gotta make amends, man. Come on.
Louis in again to a Bravo, and more on the stumps. Bravo thinks about the single. Good work there.
Good work by Hayden Walsh. Because, I mean, that ball was more Kofi James' ball. You know, he's to go away from Hayden Walsh. Look at the distance. And Kofi James, the Leeward Islands fielders look, they're too lethargic. They're not, you know, pressing to see if they can get a wicket. You know, try to create something.
Definitely.
Maybe run out or something. So, you know, when the opportunity comes, they get off guard. They're not pushing. There's a sense of relaxing.
Yes.
Comfort. You can't play the game like that.
Louis in again and again. Bravo leaves it alone. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, you're dead right, Sylvester. They look lethargic, and they look like they're not expecting something to happen. They're more or less waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, they're not enjoying it. It doesn't look like they're enjoying the game. They look only like if they get a wicket or someone maybe score 50, that's when they enjoy it. But you have to enjoy every moment. You know, if you're out there, might as well. A matter of fact, this is their job.
This is their job, exactly. Again, Bravo lets that one go. Yes, there are too many quiet periods, too many flat periods, I find, with the Leewards team. They're very chirpy and everything, as you say, if a wicket falls or a partnership gets going, and then when things start going haywire, or they lose interest very quickly, which is not ideal. It's certainly not what you want to see, especially at this level. They've all got prospects, chances of making West Indies team, and that one takes the edge of Bravo's bats, pitched up. Well, he looked to walk. Oh. Cornwall throws his hat in the ground, kicks it away in disgust. The Leewards were celebrating. Jeremiah Louis was again raced off to square leg. The umpire was unmoved Bravo looked like he turned to walk as the ball cut back and went between bat and pad and looked like it took the inside edge. Hamilton threw the ball sky high in celebration, but Bravo held his ground. He decided not to walk, and it's done the trick. Just looking at the replay again.
Seems like he touches his
touch
pad.
it?
No, he seems like he touches his pad. But the umpire was never in
The umpire
doubt.
never moved.
No, the
No,
umpire.
no,
But
no.
Bravo looked like he went back in his crease and take a walk. But I mean, Cornwall has to work on his attitude.
Yes.
Since the last game we saw him, and
Yes,
he
true.
wanted. This is not the way to react, no matter what the situation is. This is
No, it's
Yeah,
cricket, isn't
yeah,
it, Sylvester?
yeah,
Some go your way, others don't. But it all, evens itself out in the long run.
he has to. That is not the way kicking your hat and.
No.
This is
Uncalled for.
uncalled for. Yeah, I mean, the umpire make the right decision from what we have seen so far. He looks tight or whatever, maybe touch, but he looks like he touches his pad from from what we have seen so far. So on the replay.
Louis in again to Bravo, and Bravo just turns that nicely around the corner down to the fine leg region for a comfortable single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 124-3. Jeremiah Louis now 9 overs, 2 for 18. Thought he had his man there in Bravo, but I think, as you said, Sylvester, it was tight, but a good decision by the umpire, and he made up his mind early. The umpire too, he
had no doubt.
No
He
doubt
had
whatsoever
doubt.
in his mind.
I think because the reaction of Bravo as well. Bravo, going back into his crease and walking at the side. It seems like he was walking.
Right, right.
But he was, when you look at him, he wasn't really walking.
He wasn't really
He was
no.
just, go back in, getting himself organized again to go again. But the Leeward Islands players, they were really sure that he had nicked it. But it was close. I mean, for the naked eye. But they have to stay in the game. That's what I'm saying. Too much. I just think too much negative body language.
Yes,
amongst
they get
the Leeward
despondent
Islands
too
team
quick,
quickly,
no?
and like the world is on their shoulder, like
Right.
somebody's doing them something. No, man, let's enjoy the game. Come on.
Exactly. Cornwall into Bravo, and Bravo turns this nicely behind square. Berridge runs around and picks it up. Reduce the scoring to 1. So Bravo goes up to 54. Correa back on strike. He's on 23 in the score, 121-3.
This is where you see the leadership must come in. You have to keep the players focused, keep them going. It's tough, but we got to fight. This is the game, Keep the attitude up, stay working. If you get this negativity about like the world is against you, all things will start going against you.
You're going to struggle. Yeah. You bring upon yourself. Correa keeps that one out from Cornwall.
And they can't blame anyone else but themselves.
No,
because they've created the opportunity.
They could have had both batsmen back in the shed. Yeah. Cornwall in again to Correa. Correa stands up and tries to turn this, but can't beat backward square. Short fine leg, whatever you want to call Berridge in that position.
Berridge is still.
Berridge is still under the weather.
I don't know how long. I don't know how long he's gonna. But this one have him in disarray.
Driven firmly by Correa, but straight to Kieran Powlett's short extra cover. There's no run. Hurricanes love to break this partnership tonight. Love to see the back of Darren Bravo, who holds the key for Trinidad and Tobago in this first innings, but they're standing strong, Correa and Bravo. 121-3 at the end of Rakim Cornwall's 14th over. He's bowled 14 overs, 4 maidens. No wicket for 33. Trinidad and Tobago 121-3.
The captain should give Sheena the ball to bowl now.
Well, exactly.
Something
Take
to
your
motivate.
frustrations out
Yeah.
with the ball.
You see the players are talking to him, trying to get back in, to get him back, but that he's really despondent. he has to get over it, man. This is the game, you know. This is the game. Even though it's tough. Yeah, we have seen some very easy catches drop.
Yeah.
You know? But I mean, and that's not going to be the last. That is
No.
not going to be the last, you know. So he just have to try and build himself back up and, you know, go again.
Louis into Bravo. Bravo's defending this back to the bowler, and there's no run. Two slips, a gully, a cover, a short extra cover, mid-off. Man on the deep backward point boundary.
For what purpose? What purpose is that guy doing that?
Yeah, because there was only one delivery that Bravo pushed earlier in the day that went for 4 out there. But
These guys not even getting a single right now, so I don't know what the purpose. Some of these things I don't understand. This field placing and how they go about things I don't really understand. They seem like they just want to give Bravo a single.
Very true.
Yeah, man.
And we were talking about that last week, Sylvester, in that when you've got a set batsman, it doesn't have to be a top order batsman, but when you've got a set batsman, they tend to go, they leave him alone and concentrate on the other end, and then before you know it, both of them are set, and you know, you missed a possible chance. Louis into Bravo, and Bravo's pushing that through the cover region for a single. Takes him on to 55, and the score 122 for 3.
But what I'm saying though, the areas that Louis is bowling, he's bowling consistent more often than not. You know, and because of the constant stoppage, it's not like Bravo when he started, he getting into a momentum for a while.
Right.
You know, the stoppage, and they still, you know, setting the feel like he's there and batting for show out even when the rain came, like he was still batting. You know, because I mean the way they set the field when they have the bowler in Jeremiah Louis doing a bit with the ball, I mean give the bowler the support.
Definitely, because there's no real pressure on him really.
No.
Louis into Bravo on a fuller delivery, he just pushes forward up to mid-off, and there is no run. Berridge does the fielding, still looking at the ground and looking at everywhere but he's captain, I bet. But he needs to move on from that now.
Like the first first 6 top order for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are all left-handers.
Yes, many left-handers in the team.
Jason Mohammed.
Right.
They have a lot of left-handers.
Louis bowled a lot better today though, Sylvester, hitting the right areas more consistently.
Yeah, I thought the first innings at Coolidge last week that maybe because he batted for so long the first time around, when he came out a bit flat. But even on the second time around when he came back, you know, for his
round the wicket that time to Bravo, and he takes a leg by.
Yeah, when he came back, he looked a lot more better, you know, the other day. He ran in and, you know, hit some good areas, getting the ball to do a bit as well. So, and this inning so far, he's been reasonably good, you know. Few deliveries early on where I think he was bowling a bit too wide. But I think since the interval, he came back and bowled more consistent, especially to Bravo. You know, he can't really score as free like he wants. So overall, it's not a bad spell, you know, in himself along with Cornwall at the other end. Cornwall also was bowling, I think, a bit too short. But when he get that length right, you know, you can see he creating a lot of problems for Kawaya, especially.
Cornwall to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 123 for 3. Be bowling to Correa, who's on 23. Silly mid-off, short leg and a slip in play. He's got many options though,
Again.
has Jamal Hamilton. See who he uses. We haven't seen much of Hayden Walsh Jr. today. We haven't seen Coffee James.
Ball in, Jim.
By now you should know his style, so you shouldn't be complaining.
I wasn't complaining, I was just mentioning, just in case he forgot.
This is his style. When you're bowling well, he lets you bowl
He
until
will
your
bet
quota
you
is
all
finished.
day.
If your quota is 5, he's going to bowl until your quota is finished.
So a quiet period of play as we head towards stumps on day one. Uses his feet, gets it through, does Karaya into the onside for a single. So he moves on to 24. The score 124 for 3. Brings Darren Bravo back on strike.
I like Kara intent sometimes, where he's not doing it often enough. He seems like he can chip and get to the pitch of the ball and stroke it. He's not going for any extravagant shots. He just play the coin when he's being positive, and he looks a better player when he does that. I mean, he offered an opportunity, but at least he was trying to be positive.
Yes. Yep. And that's well turned there by Bravo. Down towards fine leg for a single to complete that over by Cornwall. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 125 for 3. Bravo is on 56 and Karaya is on 24.
Leewards need this a breakthrough, to see the back of one of these players. I think the longer they go on, the more dangerous they will become. Karaya, he hasn't gotten any score to mention in the first game. So he would really want to put his name back in the selectors' eyes. So he got what, 7 and 12. So he would want to get a big one. He's looking forward to getting a big one. So you don't want this partnership to blossom anymore. Oh, Berridge is back.
Is coming back. Yeah.
Let's see if he has a different attitude.
So Hamilton makes the change. Berridge will replace Jeremiah Louis from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. So far, Berridge has bowled 10 overs, 1 for 33. 3 maidens amongst those 10 overs. He'll be bowling to Darren Bravo, 3 slips, a backward point, cover on the boundary, short extra cover. They push in mid-off back to 3/4 of the way to the boundary, mid-on and fine leg as this one is pulled nicely by Bravo into the boundary, 4 runs. Picked it up early. Bit of a loosener there by Berridge. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6. That's the second 6 of the match we've seen. But he picked that up nicely. That was all class there by Darren Bravo. He moves on to 62. The score 131 for 3.
And I think Bravo is doing the right thing. Sheena Berridge, his attitude, his confidence is really, really low. So you have to puncture him and make him take him deeper in his misery. And Bravo, as his experience as he is, he's taking that positive approach and really dampering Sheena Berridge's spirit even more. But when you look at the field, I mean, what is this, long off or 3/4?
3/4,
And then you have the deep square, but 1 or 2 men on the onside.
Yes, plenty of open space there. He's got the 3 slips, but the backward point is very deep. And then we've got fielder sweeping on the cover point boundary, short extra cover. Yes. Louis has come up to a more orthodox mid-off position.
We have something happening out there, something with the ball and I see the umpire were talking to Kaiwan Powell. Wasn't sure what he did with the ball, but he does something with the ball. Now the captain is complaining. So the Leewards needs to settle down and get back into this game, get their heads back into this game, because this partnership is very crucial.
Very much fuller delivery, but Bravo up to the challenge, just pushes it quietly up to mid-off. Jeremiah Louis does the fielding, but can't prevent the single. And that is the 50 partnership for Darren Bravo and Yannick Correa. The score moves on to 132 for 3. Bravo has moved on to 63. Correa is now on strike. He's on 24. So yes, ominous signs this for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They want to separate these two. They've had chances of dismissing both batsmen, but they'll want to separate these two before stumps tonight, and that's turned nicely by Correa this time through the mid-wicket region. Powell gives chase, but a comfortable 2 for Correa. Takes him up to 26, the score 134 for 3. And they're doing it pretty easy at the moment, Sylvester.
Yes, indeed. We haven't seen anything different from Hamilton. He's just waiting for something to happen instead of creating and back in setting some fields that can create pressure. But we haven't seen that. The same old that they're waiting on something to happen, and the batters can capitalize and get some score.
Berridge in again to Correa, stroking this firmly up to Louis at mid-off, but there's no run, so they've taken one of the slips out. Looks like Onsen Hodge has gone from third slip to mid-wicket region, where the last scoring shot from Correa went through that region for 2. Still got the point on the boundary for both batsmen. And as you were saying, Sylvester, we haven't seen the ball go out there much at all today.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering what's the purpose for Casey Carty. And he's one also, he's struggling with his batting, he's not getting the runs that he wants. So he's out there in his own mind. Just wondering, you need to get them in the game, man. You need to get them in the game.
Berridge into Correa, and that was a better line, a bit of length, but well defended by Correa to bring the over to an end. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning the toss and electing to bat, are 134 for 3. Yannick Correa is on 26, Darren Bravo is on 63.
Yeah, well, for me, I think that for the Leeward Islands, from a Leeward Islands perspective, I think they need some more energy in the field. Let somebody in the inner ring, make some noise and let the fielders get around to their position, so we can get you some overs, get a momentum going. But it's just this lackadaisical attitude. This man walking from there, look, Casey walking from
as far west as he can go to as far east.
It's just no, man.
But just strolling.
They need something. You need some energy. You need someone to raise the standard. Sometimes when you have a lot of experienced players in a team, it can work both ways. It can work for you or against you. Sometimes when you have, depends on the personnel as well,
right,
and the way they want what they want to achieve. If you're comfortable in where you are, that's where this kind of lackadaisical attitude will creep in. But when you have experienced players and your goal is to win or to make a West Indies team or go forward,
right? Yes,
you have more energy because you're playing for something. But it seems the energy seems like they have
that
this
is not
level
there.
of comfort.
Yeah. And when you have a lot of experiences, Cornwall starts in you over to Bravo, that one defended on the onside for no run. And this time it's it straight to Coffee James at short leg and there's no run. But when you've got a few experienced players in the team, does it come a time or sometimes, as you say, about personality, It's Cornwall in again to Bravo. Lets it go. That they leave it up to the next experienced person, or he'll take care of that, and the game then sort of drifts because no one ends up taking care or taking responsibility.
Yes, most definitely. Especially as I tell you, he has to be
A collective effort.
collectively, and he has to be a group of players who have their goals and want to achieve them.
Right.
You want to go to the next level. You want to be the best. You want to have the most runs. You want to have the most wickets. So you come and show that that energy.
Bravo pushes this nicely into the cover region for a single. So he goes up to 64. The score 135 for 3. The partnership is 53. And especially now with the test team away, it gives everybody such a even more of an opportunity to break through with the first class season. That's swept beautifully there by Correa, this time all along the carpets into the rope. 4 runs to finish Jimbo Cornwall's 16th over. He has figures of no wicket for 40. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force move on to 139 for 3.
A good shot there by Correa. He has looked more positive to me than Darren Bravo. Darren Bravo looks positive when Sheena Berridge is on. He feels like he's comfortable with him, and Sheena Berridge not really giving him any doubt. But Yannick looks like he want to push on, and now is the time, I think, when a team is operating in the way that the Leeward Islands team are operating in this lethargic way.
Good time to cash in.
Yeah, good time to cash in. You gotta, put some pressure on them and let them they self-destruct.
Right, yes.
Just play positive cricket, that they can do it. I think a player such as Darren Bravo at this stage of his career, who is trying to force his way back into West Indies cricket, he has to come with something different.
Right.
He can't come with the same old just batting, and not scoring freely. You have to look dominant. You have to look like stand out when people is coming down and say, this man is there. This man is not at this level.
Right.
We see glimpse of it here so far in this innings, but I think at this stage he can
push it even
further.
Yeah. Berry starting a new over to Bravo, and he's picked him up again and hit it beautifully through the mid-wicket region into the boundary. 4 runs. He certainly is taking a liking to Sheena Berridge this afternoon as he moves on to 68. The score 143 for 3. And if this partnership keeps going, even though so much time lost today, if Trinidad and Tobago go to stumps, say around 165, 170, and still only 3 down, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if these two players bat until the end of the day, most likely with the way that they're going, they will somewhere there and thereabout. And this is what I think that it should happen when you're experienced players. When you're set, the two of them are set right now. They are really in the comfort zone of their batting. They should start to apply some pressure on the bowlers. Put some pressure on the bowlers. Playing their shots, being positive.
Berridge in again to Bravo, and he's pushing this to short extra cover. And there is no run. The 2 slips, but they're very wide apart. So there's a gap between Jamal Hamilton, keeper, and Cornwall at first slip, and then another similar gap to Terence Ward at second slip. And you know what's going to happen, don't you? Ball goes flying through the gap, which often happens. But Berridge is changing angle. Is coming round the wicket now to Bravo, and Bravo defending this on the offside, and there's no run. So we've got about half an hour's play left in the day. We're going through to 6 o'clock local time because of time loss, so about half an hour left.
We might have an early one tomorrow again, boy, Terry.
Yeah, we might be. Up at the
starting
crack of dawn again.
Yeah.
Shino Berridge into Bravo, and Bravo is just tucking this behind square. Hamilton does the fielding, shies at the stumps as Bravo was just strolling into his crease. 144 for 3, Bravo up to 69. So we won't get the 75 overs, and then that was reduced anyway by 6, so that brought it back to 69, and then they probably took a few more off for the next rain break. But we'll fall short anyway. But Trinidad and Tobago are putting themselves into a strong position here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Correa strokes that nicely to the right of mid-off for a comfortable single. He goes up to 31, the score 145 for 3.
Kawhi looks like a nice player, you know. I like his body language. I like that he always looking to score. Even saw him a few years ago, you know, and he always
Puts
this,
in,
yeah.
yeah.
He always have this. He seems like one that
Berridge into Bravo, who's just turning it down to fine leg for another comfortable single, and that completes Shino Berridge's 12th over. He's bowled 12 overs, taken 1 for 49, and the score for Trinidad and Tobago in their first innings, 146 for 3, with Darren Bravo on 70 and Yannick Correa on 31.
yeah, good going here with his partnership building at 64 so far. Good, you know, good partnership in the situation that they were in, you know, after losing 2 early wickets. Then they had a little partnership there with Mohammed and Darren Bravo, you know, and Mohammed got out. Then you have this another partnership building and looking really animals. So you have to be mindful. Jamal Hamilton has to be mindful of this partnership. This is dangerous.
Very
This is getting
dangerous now.
Yeah. And Kawhi definitely looks like he's stepping up to another game. We have Kofi James coming in here now. Kofi normally, you know, in the practice games and so on, he very consistent creating wickets. Even in the little short spell that he had up, and in the last game,
Right.
you know, he created a lot of opportunities. So he's no slouch with the ball. You have to be careful with him. But we are not seeing Terence Ward
No,
at all.
no.
You reckon that he's sick? His shoulder is not well?
Yeah, well, you wonder as James starts with a short one that is punched through the cover region by Bravo just for the single. So he moves to 71, the score 147 for 3. No, but very unusual, isn't it? You tend to feel that there must be something wrong with Terence Ward because he's a decent spinner and normally bowls, you know, a lot of overs for the Hurricanes, but we didn't see him in the first round, and he doesn't look like he's going to be called on to bowl here anytime soon. As James is round the wicket to the left-handed Correa, who's back in defending that up the pitch, and there's no run. Kofi James, of course, one of the leading wicket takers in the Super 50, and has gets back. Misfield there by Kieran Pal at short extra cover. But it was backed up well. They thought about the run, but Bravo sent Correa back, and he made his ground back rather comfortably.
Jeremiah Louis is one fielder for the Leeward Islanders. He's always in the game, you know. He had a rough time during the Super 50, but I think that woke him up. But now he, you know, from the last game, even now, you can see the energy is different. He gets a good fielder.
James in again to Correa, half a shout as Correa looked to sweep that again. They've dropped Berridge back all the way to the deep backward square leg boundary rather than having him in the more orthodox position. James again into Correa. Correa is just pushing that out on the offside. There's no run. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes desperate for a breakthrough here for the closer play on day one. Quicker delivery by James, but Correa up to the task, and that completes Coffee James' first over, just the one run off it. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 147 for 3. Bravo is on 71 and Correa is on 31. Partnership for the fourth wicket is now worth 65.
Yeah, good start there by Kofi James. Good areas. Probably could have, brought the batters forward a bit more. But it's first over, nevertheless. Let's see you get his rhythm right, get the balls in the right area a bit fuller, to create a bit more doubt in the batter's mind.
It's another good learning experience for him, though, isn't it, Sylvester? Because in his young career, because as we say, he was one of the leading wicket takers in the Super 50. But of course, in that format, the batsmen would have been trying to play more shots than they would be now. So needs to mix it up a bit more and maybe watch his lines and lengths as the batsmen look to keep him out. And we're going to have a bowling change, and for me, the pick, apart from Cornwall, of course, the pick of the Leeward Islands bowlers, who never seems to get the ball as often as he should, in my opinion. But Colin Archibald will be back for his second spell today. He's bowled 8 overs so far, no wicket for 30. 2 maidens amongst those 8 overs. And he will be bowling to Darren Bravo, who's on 71. And looking ominous.
And he's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. That's interesting.
Well, I don't know. I give up on bowling to left-handers these days, because as I was saying earlier, I don't quite understand why the conventional method of bowling over the wicket and taking it away, if you're a right-hander, bowling to a left-hander. I mean, of course, Archibald is a left-hander.
And now he's bowling around the wicket.
But he's bowling around the wicket, I don't know.
We have to wait and see. We got to give that the benefit. We're old-timeish, Terry. We got to
We're
get
too
with the
old-time,
times.
exactly. Archibald, that's a wide one, and well taken there by the diving Hamilton.
I think the umpire gave him a reprieve there, because that was so
that
wide.
was very wide.
It was third slip.
Right? If you're going to bowl a loose now, it's better you bowl it that wide than being smacked like Shino Berridge was.
That was well taken there by... Look how wide that is. That is not a wide. That is really wide.
It was almost off the pitch, wasn't it?
Wow. I think the umpire is asleep, isn't he?
Archibald into... Oh, and that's taken the edge, and Cornwall has dropped it. He went one hand, and he's put it down, and this is becoming laughable as far as the Leeward Islands fielding is concerned. Whether they come quickly, sharply, easily, it doesn't matter. They keep grasping every opportunity they get almost. This one, I think he should have gone 2 hands, but he decided to just stick out the left hand, and it didn't stick. So Bravo gets another chance. He was dropped on 44, now he's dropped on 71, and both times off Colin Archibald.
Wow.
Archibald again runs in from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Bravo, and Bravo is pushing that out towards point for a comfortable single. Take one and be happy as far as he's concerned. Gets down the other end. Moves to 72. The score 148 for 3.
But what the life of me, what I don't understand, he has the same feel for Colin Archibald as he has for Sheena Berridge. Sheena Berridge, I mean, Colin Archibald has been the more consistent of the fast bowlers in terms of line and length. And you have one slip at one point you have 3 slips for Sheena Berridge, you
Right.
know, and now you have 1 slip for him, and you have a deep backward square, and another man deep at point.
cover point, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. You should have at least 2 slips. This is your best bowler that bowls consistently, create opportunities. You give them the support. You know, it's just that it's too lethargic for me.
Yes.
You know, and when the opportunity, as we say, when the opportunity comes, it's like a surprise. So they're not going to hold on to it.
Right.
If
Yeah,
they're looking for it,
such
if
a
they're in the
surprise,
game.
they drop it, yeah.
You can tell because
You can tell by
many
their body
catches.
language, yeah.
Too many catches has gone on, and this competition just start.
Yes,
Yeah, they dropped at
But at least
about 5
6.
or 6 in the first game.
Yeah, and now they've dropped 3 here today.
Yeah, you got to, you know, man, you got to. The coaching staff has to
Got to do
do
better.
something like that.
And that's
This is not becoming at
another
this level.
easy single for Bravo. He just drops it into the offside. Takes 1. He moves to 73, and the 150 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The 150 for 3. Bravo 73. Karaya 32. And I think Seth Burton will come back at the end of this over and carry you home to stumps. Maybe he'll change the luck. The combination of
This is not luck. This is
Burton and Joseph.
They need some
Although
catching.
he looks more despondent than Shino
they
Berry.
need some catching skills.
Archibald into Karaya, and that's well left to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 150 for 3. Darren Bravo is on 73. Yannick Karaya is on 32. More words from Sylvester Joseph, and then you hear the voice of Seth Burton.
Yeah, good comeback. Good comeback over there by Colin Archibald. Different than the first delivery that I thought was very, very wide, and the umpire thought differently. I mean, all of his other deliveries were spot on, right on target, and they're also giving away singles. That man at deep point, you know, he's not bowling that ball short and wide. I see it getting cut or jive down there. How often you can maybe I can't even remember seeing any ball went down there. You have to give your bowler the support. You know, Seth, welcome back. It's kind of disappointing for me the way that the Leeward Islands players are on the field.
Yes, it has been. The last catch should have been a regulation one for Raheem Cornwall to his left. Whether one-handed, whether two-handed, it should be taken. It was already clear. The bowler taking the edge. Here is Kofi James. This one steered by Bravo. Yes, no, yes, no. In the end, they come through for the single. And you mentioned those two to Sheena Berridge. They were in the air. Took a lot of time. And he had a chance to settle on the one, dropped it, the other one. He didn't even get close to it. And he was just about 3 meters from the ball. So somebody's sleeping, or a couple of them are sleeping. Or maybe the team is just in that mode of lethargy. They are just consumed with being relaxed. And the umpires, have they offered the light to the batters?
It seems like
They have offered the light to the batters, and they are happy.
I don't think they offer light these days. They call light, but they should have. I think that normally
Yes, because
normally
they're
you would have
walking
a light meter, and then you would test and see what.
So how do you read this in terms of the time? We were told that the time would have been extended to 6. Now is what, 20 minutes to?
Yeah, about 17 minutes too. But
Right.
that's if the light permits, you know, because
It didn't look that dark, as dark, but they know better. And I guess once they go off for light, we could call it a day here. We're just looking for the confirmation to the left. But it's not good for the Leewards because Darren Bravo, he is well set on 74, batting well between all the stops and the starts and all the drizzles and the rain, really commanding a good effort. I thought the best of his effort was in that 72-1 partnership with Jason Mohammed. That really looked good. Brought TNT back into the game after they were reeling really at 8 for 2 due to some good bowling on the part of the man Jeremiah Louis. But since then, he found a good partner in Mohammed. Mohammed scored 34. They did well. Once Mohammed went off the bowling of Sheena Berich, then he has found a good partner in Yannick Karaya. And Karaya and him, they have batted well. I think, though, Bravo would have given away at least 2 chances. One easy to Sheena Berich off Colin Archibald. The other one just 3 deliveries before stumps being called to the left of Raheem Cornwall. Should have been a regulation catch. And also Karaya also played one in the air, top edge to Sheena Berich off Raheem Cornwall. All 3 could have been taken. It would have been a different picture. Nevertheless, they go in on 151 for 3 with Karaya on 32 and Bravo on 74. The Leewards Hurricanes, they would be not only on, they have been on the defensive somewhat with some extraordinary field setting, deep back of the square on the boundary. At times when the pressure may be best applied, a few went through the slips. Sheena Berich 1 for 49, Jeremiah Louis 2 for 19. That has been the tail of the tape. Perhaps we didn't see enough of the man whom I thought could have made a difference. 2 chances were put down. Colin Archibald, your take on it as we just wrap it up.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the lethargicness of the Leeward Islands team needs to address by the management staff, and that will, bring some more impetus into their game, the bowlers. And also with the feeling. This feeling, I think these catches are, not that these guys are not good catchers. We know that they can catch, but it's something that they're not in the game. So when the chances come, they're not ready. But that really disheartening for the other players, the bowlers especially, when catches like these are just keep on dropping. The team spirit, is on the decline because of the catches are not taken. But they have another opportunity tomorrow, hopefully, where the holes and let it come out tomorrow and make amends.
Story of the day has been rain, so we trust that tomorrow will be a bright and sunny day when the action continues with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 151 for 3 on day 1. Seth Burton on behalf of the team, have a good evening.